David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
BCC, the Board of County Commissioners, October 10th, 2023, regular meeting. It is 2:01, and may I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Next, we will have the state pledge, the Pledge of Allegiance, the state pledge, and the Ogapoge Owenge land acknowledgement. Would everyone please stand? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I acknowledge that this county building in the Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people, who is known as Ogapoge Owenge, White Shell Watering Place. I also want to acknowledge that yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, and there was an incredible powwow on the plaza. I also want to take a moment of reflection to pray for peace and recognize that the world has way too many wars going on, and that we have an end to the war and brutal killing that is happening in Ukraine and Israel and throughout the United States and throughout the world. And I would like to invite Gerald Mitchell to come forward and give us a moment of reflection.
Good afternoon. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of the community. We take a moment of silence.
you. Please have a seat. Next, we'll go on to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday, October 3rd, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, October 6th, 2023 at about 4:54 p.m., which is more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. In terms of substantive changes, item number 6F, the title of that agenda item was updated to more accurately reflect that some of the costs associated with the proposal would go towards the existing public safety facility as well as the new Regional Emergency Communications Center. In addition, we reorganized items 6F, 6G, and 6H so that the RECC related items were grouped together. Finally, under matters from County Attorney, this is agenda item 11A, we did add one item under executive session, and those were the substantive changes to the agenda from the initial to the final.
It's the pleasure of the board.
Move to approve as presented by the county manager.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Next, we will go on to request approval of the September 8th Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. It's the pleasure of the board.
Move to approve the minutes.
And I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Next, we'll have request for the approval of September 12th, 2023 Board of County Commissioner regular meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the September 12th minutes.
And I'll second as well.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, number 3, consideration of proclamations, commissioners' resolutions, and etc. There are none. Next, we'll go on to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anyone would like to have removed?
Madam Chair, I'd like to have item D, the Espanola Pathways Shelter, removed so we could discuss briefly.
Your microphone on?
It is.
Okay. So Commissioner Green would like to have item D tabled or removed or?
No, removed for a discussion.
Removed for further discussion?
Yes, please.
Okay. And are there any other items that anybody would like to have pulled?
No.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve A, B, C, E, F, G, H, and I on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green. I have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm going to go back to item D. Commissioner Green.
Going to the legislature to get $710,000 or $702,900 to go towards the remodeling of this transitional housing project up in Espanola. This is a new type of program that will funnel through Santa Fe County. And so on top of the congratulations for us and Espanola Pathways Shelter to go and lobby for this money at the legislature, also wanted to have, just the cautionary warning for us to do this right, because it's an initial type of program where we are helping a young organization do something that we are not able to do ourselves in the Espanola Valley, but is definitely needed up there. And I know that Christian from Espanola Pathways Shelter is here today, and Paul Olofsson might be able to answer further questions that we have it. But in general, just a word of encouragement for us to do this right and make it a successful project. And let's go get this money and let's go help them administer it and build a beautiful transitional housing project. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve item D, request for acceptance of grant 23-H3189.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes under discussion. So is there any other reason why you wanted this pulled off? Or
Madam Chair, I had some questions, but I discussed it with the folks from Espanola Pathways Shelter and staff prior to the meeting. And so if anybody else had further questions, I was willing to pull it off but I definitely wanted to congratulate them and to make sure that we recognize that this is a new and innovative program for Santa Fe County to engage in with an outside third-party nonprofit to fill a segment of our housing need.
I completely agree, and one of the things that makes me really happy is to read in this background information is that there's 1% for the arts in public places as part of this grant. And I hope that we see 1% of the art for art in public places in every single grant from day moving forward.
Madam Chair, there's a beautiful mural on the front of the building already, and I'm sure they will keep it and make it even more colorful.
Well,
or something else, or additional works.
Yeah. Is there any comments from Paul or Rachel or Jennifer? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. And congratulations to the Espanola Pathways Shelter Project. Okay, next we will move on to...
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I offer some resolution numbers?
Oh, yeah, we have a lot of them, I think.
Well, right now we've got 2.
Well, 2 is a lot.
So 4A is resolution number 2023-101. And 4G is resolution number 2023-102.
Okay. We will move forward. There are no appointments or reappointments on item number 5. We'll move on to item number 6, miscellaneous action items. First is a resolution identifying Santa Fe County 2024 legislative priorities related to health and community services. Community Service Department, Rachel O'Connor. Welcome. Your microphone. Just turn it on.
Good afternoon. Now can you hear me? Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, on behalf of the Community Services Department, we're bringing forward a resolution proposing a legislative agenda in the area of health and human services for Santa Fe County. And I wanted to go over the specific items and answer any questions that you might have with regard to what we're bringing forward. Madam Chair, the first 2 items are really requests for appropriations. And I want to state that this is the first time the Community Services Department has really gone to the state requesting program appropriations. But we are mindful of the fact that it is both within our strategic plan and the county's strategic plan to diversify our funding in a variety of areas. And specifically, we've requested $800,000 for flexible funding for the CONNECT program. We have requested $400,000 specifically for the county's law enforcement assisted diversion program, ENGAGE. And I want to just speak a little bit about those two items, because I think it's important to note that the state itself is moving forward in replicating the CONNECT program in other areas of the state. But as such, we do not receive any dollars from the state of New Mexico to operate our CONNECT program. And secondly, the ENGAGE program previously had, and currently does, receive program funds from the Behavioral Health Services Division of the Human Services Department. Those funds are coming to an end prematurely, and we are looking for funding to continue that program. In addition to that, Madam Chair, we have two other requests. One is specific to your support, as we had last year, in the alcohol excise tax increase as a means of reducing the number of deaths in Santa Fe County and New Mexico that are alcohol involved. And secondly, we have in our discussions come to the conclusion that the reimbursement rates for youth mental health services are low, and we are asking for your support to for any legislation that may increase the reimbursement rate for youth services, particularly for those youth that are involved with CYFD. Madam Chair, both Jennifer Romero, our Health Services Director, and myself would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you. This sounds like a very worthwhile ask of our legislature. I just had one question about CONNECT. Now that we've done it for a few years, I was wondering what we spend most of the money on, or what the main requests are that we get from people for help with.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, right now the bulk of funding that we pay for is for navigation services. We are paying for reimbursement for the actual navigation that our organizations are providing. Now, when it comes to flexible funds, which are used for items such as, I would say, tires, a car battery, utilities, rental assistance, those tangible items that go towards individuals' needs. Currently, we spend about, on the county end, about $240,000. That isn't the whole CONNECT network, as it is a city and county partnership. There are other funds that we leverage that are available in the community. I would say the most requested areas are rent assistance and utility assistance. They're huge needs. Transportation is another area that we get lots of requests on, and we have found some areas of relief, but it's just a hard area to resolve because Santa Fe is rural. There are many areas that aren't serviced in Santa Fe County.
Thank you. So the $800,000 we're asking for, would that be a mixture of navigation and flexible funding, or would it be more one or the other?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we were hoping to use the funding we received from the state for flexible funding, which is direct service, and to continue to support our navigators with county funds.
That sounds great, because I'm sure the need for rent assistance and all the other things is much greater than what we're putting in so far.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think it's important to note that during COVID, we spent $8 million through CONNECT. And so we had a time where we had a lot of funding coming in to support people. Obviously, the needs have changed, but we would like to be able to provide support for people that are really in dire circumstances.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a slight logistics question. Is this going to be part of our legislative ask going through like legislative finance, or is this going to be something that goes as junior money? These sound like junior money requests, but if there's a risk of no junior bill this year.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, generally what happens with an appropriation request is it can go in a number of different ways. It can be placed in House Bill 2 or in the agency budget. And generally what happens is everything goes to finance, it's tabled, and then appropriation requests are rolled in. So it can go in as an independent bill. I think that we'll certainly defer to the county manager's team as to how to best handle the appropriation, but yes, we would prefer it go in as a county request.
And then, so item number 1 and number 2 are direct monetary requests, but the other two, the Medicare rate for CYFD and so on, that's just a request to increase those rates and as a statewide thing. And
Madam Chair, Commissioner, there will be specific bills that will come forward with regard to those issues, and we would request support from Santa Fe County for those issues.
perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a few questions. Since Connect is a county and city program, will any of these funds that we're requesting help with the city issues?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the funds that we would be allocated would be flexible funds and would flow likely through contractors and would be available to anyone who came through Connect, but would not be specifically allocated to any other body.
Okay. Do you think it's enough?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think it's, if we were to receive $800,000 in flexible funds, we would be overjoyed.
Okay.
To be frank.
That's a good
and,
answer.
you know, I don't know if it's enough, but it's a darn good start, so
Okay, good.
thank you.
I just, you know, I think that Santa Fe County has shown that this is an exemplary program, you know, and that really can benefit the community by the work that you're doing. And so I think that it's really important that we're able to make sure that we continue to provide those services.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, if I may, I also want to just share with the Commission how much I have learned that the Santa Fe Connect leverages the support from all of those entities, including agencies, nonprofits, et cetera, that work with them. So the dollar amount that they're asking for actually is exponentialized, if you will, in their ability to work with other partners who then take it to the next level. So it's the dollar amount that's being requested, but it really does grow past that amount.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve item 6A.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyhow, we'll get this on the lobbyist list of things to work on, and I'm very happy that we're doing this.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we'll go on to item 6B.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yeah, resolution number.
those pesky little numbers. Item 6A is resolution number 2023-103.
Thank you. Next is a resolution repealing and replacing resolution numbers 2016-137 and 2018-15 and authorizing certain employees to enforce by the issuance of citation and by prosecution violation of the Santa Fe County Ordinance 2023-06, the Santa Fe County Fire Code. Hi, Chief Black.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Fire Department is requesting the proposed resolution to repeal and replace Resolution 2016-137 and 2018-115, which authorizes certain employees to enforce the International Fire Code. With the passing of Ordinance 2023-06, which adopted the 2021 International Fire Code, the Fire Department is requesting the approval of the proposed resolution, which provides an updated list of current fire prevention staff involved in enforcing the fire code. I do want to note that our fire prevention staff does an incredible job at inspections as well as public education and outreach. Our main goal is to provide education to our citizens so that we can help our citizens to comply with the fire code through education first and foremost. And so in past practices, we have brought forward this resolution naming the specific employees that are involved in code enforcement with the fire code, and the resolution before you in the packet material is doing just that, updating the list of employees. And with that, I stand before you for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, it is obviously something we need to do, and these are obviously the right people to do it, and they're good and well-trained. And I assume, how much experience do they end up getting in doing enforcement?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, they gain quite a bit of experience. They're out doing plan review and site inspections, as well as go through a number of official certification classes as well.
Yeah. So I would like to move to approve.
Thank you.
A second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And thank you very much. A resolution number.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6B is resolution number 2023-104.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go on to item number 6C, a resolution providing notice of determination not to update land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, or impact fees for Santa Fe County Fire and Rescue impact fees. Hi, Max. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hansen and Board of County Commissioners. This is a request to review and approve the resolution providing the notice of determination not to update the land use assumptions, capital improvement plan, or the current fire and rescue impact fees. In 1995, the county approved the Fire Impact Ordinance 1995-04 to create a mechanism for the county to collect funds in unincorporated areas of the county for capital improvements related to fire rescue and emergency medical services provisions via an impact fee, a process governed by the New Mexico Development Fees Act. The intent of the ordinance is to collect fees based on the gross covered floor area of new development in order to partially fund fire and rescue facilities and equipment. The demand for these resources is generated by growth in the 14 designated fire protection districts. Since its inception, this program has been essential means to fund growth-driven impact capital improvements in each of the fire department's 14 districts. In accordance to the New Mexico Development Fee Act, reviews and possible updates of the land use assumptions, the LUA, and the capital improvement plan, the CIP, that support the impact fees are required every 5 years. The Act requires that as part of this process, a capital improvements advisory committee review the LUA and the CIP and submit written comments on them to the Board of County Commissioners. The last review was completed and approved by the board in 2018. At that time, the renewal of the fire impact fees, the committee determined and recommended, actually that the committee recommended and the board agreed not to update the fees. At that time, it's because the LUA were based on optimistic growth projections that were not realized due to the 2007 to 2009 economic downturn. And the current review and update is due now in October of 2023. So during 2020 to 2021, the county conducted a nexus study that included a comprehensive 20-year capital improvement plan to examine current and future capital needs for the county, to present a potential structure for the county's review of impact fees on a county-wide basis, but this study has not yet been reviewed or considered for adoption by the board. The CIAC met on September 26 to review the existing 2008 land use assumption and capital improvement plan with staff. Based on the review of these documents, the CIAC made a determination that the existing 2008 LUA and CIP for fire impact fees should not be updated at this time. The CIAC recommends maintaining the existing fire impact fees. The CIAC encourages the county to conduct an updated study of the county-wide land use assumptions and capital improvements plan in the future, and to review the fire impact fee structure when that new data is available. The CIAC has submitted their written recommendation to the board to consider support of this determination. The Development Fees Act allows this course of action. Staff requests approval of the resolution providing notice of determination not to update land use assumptions, capital improvements plan, or impact fees for Santa Fe County's fire and rescue impact fees. And we stand for questions.
Questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Max, and thank you, Chief. In general, I'm a believer that we should, have growth pay its way. And there is definitely a philosophy that says it will pay its way through property taxes. So I just want to make sure that as these things don't get so out of line that that you feel shortchanged, and that we're tracking how much any recommendations that could come forward to increase our impact fees is impacting your bottom line. And so if you said it was $1 million, we need to sort of make up for that somewhere. So whatever that number is, not, $1 million might not be the right number. Probably is not the right number. But so generally in support of this, because in a time when people are complaining about all these fees coming in and suppressing housing development, this is a way to keep fees down, encourage the development, and get the money on the backside through property taxes. So at this point, I'm in favor of this, but I'm cautious that we just don't want to shortchange our fire protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. So I don't know which one of you might want to answer the question, but it's great to have a recommendation that the land use assumptions and the CIP for the fire department should be reviewed. I know Chief Black has a huge amount on his plate, but we're kind of, among the things that are on your plate, you're heavy into reevaluating a lot of things needed in the fire department. And then we have this kind of ongoing strategic planning. So how are you seeing that integrated and in a time frame that, might even address, Commissioner Green's concern about knowing we're getting what we need?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, excellent question. So to address that, there is a lot going on with the fire department as we're moving things forward. As we look back in 2022, the county, I believe, partnered or hired a consultant to compile the Nexus study, which was a exhaustive process, a pretty extensive process to go in and start looking at and making recommendations. And so as we move forward, that is something that I would like to work with growth management on and explore the option of having a third party come in potentially to assist with that so that we can do a full evaluation of data on projected growth and how that would then impact the county and bring forward any recommendations at that time.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My question was, when do you plan to do the review?
Chair Hansen and Board, at the will of the commission, we will move forward.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we briefly touched upon this at our strategic planning session, and our hope would be in not too short order to bring forward to the board some decision-making level of data relative to what you could anticipate at varying potential fee levels, as well as what that translates into to various types of development, so that we can get some, concrete direction on that philosophical question that Commissioner Green referred to as to how much do we want development to pay up front for the provision of county infrastructure and facilities versus making it up, if you will, through increased property taxes primarily, as well as the other anticipated growth to our tax base that comes from the development. So we hope to get that to you in short order, which would be a incremental step before we do a full-blown analysis and bring forward rate structure. I hope that provides context.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question. I don't know if this would be the county manager or who would answer this, but in light of the environmental changes that we're seeing and continued development, to what end would this prepare us for the seasonal changes, impending fires, et cetera? I mean, recognizing that there will be continued development, and are we prepared to that end, and how much would this actually take that into consideration?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, so the fire impact fees are specifically growth related. So when we look at the Nexus study that we did in 2022 that Max addressed that had not been fully presented and or adopted, we took into consideration the types of hazards of that new construction. For example, if it was a lumber yard, it would be very different than if it was a auto mechanic shop or different types of structures. And so there were fees that were associated with that. And so that is something that I would suggest would require a much more deeper dive given the environment that we're currently working in.
Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd move to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, a second by Commissioner Green. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations. Thank you for your presentation, both of you. Next, we will go on to,
Madam Chair.
oh yeah, I need a resolution number.
Yes, please. Item 6C is resolution number 2023-105.
Okay. Next, we'll go on to item D, a resolution adopting Santa Fe County Developer Assistance Program regulations provided for the provision of housing assistance grants and loans to acquire, develop, convey, rehabilitate, and preserve affordable housing to finance or support infrastructure improvements for affordable housing, and to allow Santa Fe County to provide donation of land, building, and other assets for the creation of affordable housing pursuant to the county's Affordable Housing Plan, Santa Fe County Ordinance 2023-05. So, welcome. Hi, Jordan. Nice to see you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. So the Community Development Department is here today to request approval of a resolution adopting the county's Developer Assistance Program regulations. So for a little bit of background, on July 25th, 2023, the Board of County Commissioners approved Resolution 2023-083, which formally adopted the county's new affordable housing plan. At the same meeting, the board also approved ordinance number 2023-05, which formally adopted the county's housing assistance grants and loan ordinance. Both of those documents were put together pursuant to the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act and the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act rules, and they went through the review process through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority to ensure their compliance with state requirements. Collectively, these documents allow Santa Fe County to provide various forms of financial assistance to private and public entities for the creation of affordable housing within the county, so long as the affordable housing project that's being provided meets a community need that's identified in the county's affordable housing plan. With that said, the Developer Assistance Program is intended to provide financial assistance for the creation of affordable housing projects within the county. And for the purpose of this document, an affordable housing project is defined as any work or undertaking, whether new construction, acquisition of existing residential housing, remodeling, improvement, rehabilitation, or conversion, which provides housing to persons of low to moderate income. The primary purpose of these regulations is to describe the regulations, processes, and administrative requirements associated with issuing housing assistance grants or loans for affordable housing projects within the county. So the regulations cover a number of areas, including issuing requests for proposals for affordable housing projects, determining applicant eligibility, prescribing application requirements, determining the process for the review of applications, certifying qualifying grantees, issuing notices of awards, providing for the security of public funds or assets issued through this program, determining the affordable housing requirements of any qualifying grantees, outlining grantee compliance in the long term, and describing processes for infrastructure cost reimbursement. These regulations also lay out the review process. Part of this is establishing a developer assistant review committee that will look at all proposals, that will make recommendations to the board. But I will state that any assistance grant or loan provided through this program pursuant to MFA requirements would require board approval. So the committee would do an evaluation of the proposals, make a recommendation to the board, but any funding provided through this program would require BCC approval at the end of the day. Furthermore, these regulations define the eligible uses of grants or loans provided through this program. And to provide some additional information on what types of projects could be funded, these grants can be used to support the cost of acquiring land, an existing building or other real property for the purpose of developing affordable housing, developing or constructing an affordable housing project, converting a building not initially created for affordable housing into an affordable housing project, rehabilitating a building whose primary purpose is to provide affordable housing or affordable housing services to persons of low or moderate income, preserving a current affordable housing project that otherwise would lose its designation as affordable housing if the project were not preserved, to finance or support infrastructure improvements necessary to effectuate affordable housing, and lastly, to allow the county to provide donations of land or existing buildings for the purpose of developing affordable housing. And with that, CDD does recommend approval of this resolution, and that concludes my presentation. I will stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
So what are the magnitude of the, are these, it's a loan program as opposed to a granting program?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, the ordinance was written as a housing assistance grant or loan program, assuming that the county could have the discretion to do either or, provide a grant or a loan. We sort of bundled grant and loan in this particular project with construction costs depending on the type of project. It may not be the board's direction to provide all of the funding via a grant alone. There may be a portion of the funding that's a grant, another portion of the funding that's a loan. So we left the language both in the ordinance and the program regulations open open, assuming that the county could have the discretion and the board could have the discretion to provide either type depending on the project and the amount of financing that's being requested.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on that, when you grant the money, would you still structure it as a loan the way MFA does, so that it's a loan that doesn't have to be repaid unless you happen to not use it for affordable housing anymore, and then it's due to be repaid?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, the long-term compliance and the security instruments that would be used to sort of bind the qualifying grantee to the affordability requirements mirrors MFA's requirements to a T. And so we actually use the MFA requirements as the template. Depending on the project, there could be different types of instruments used, sometimes a mortgage, a LURA, a lien. But at the end of the day, the affordability periods are in accordance with MFA, all of those long-term requirements, and they really coincide with the amount of funding that's being provided. So for this particular program, we're probably talking about pretty large-scale grants, and so anything in excess of $100,000 would require an affordability period of 20 years.
Thank you. And do we have a budget for this program, or are we going to be looking at that in the future?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, there is a small budget built into this year's affordable housing budget, but we will be looking to identify a number that could effectuate 1 or 2 projects moving into next fiscal year. And so now that the program is actually off of the ground, there will be associated budget requests because, of course, any approvals will be dependent on the appropriation of funding that's available for this particular program.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. But I can continue if you want to.
No, does somebody else have questions?
Sure.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jordan. Happy to see this come forward as part of the affordable housing plan and part of the toolkit that we're going to be having to offer to developers. Does this also offer technical assistance in facilitating some land use help and these sort of non-financial assistance aspects?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, within this particular program, because it falls under the guise of the Affordable Housing Act and those rules, the program itself is really geared towards, there is technical assistance built in for the application process. Not to say that there's not technical assistance that we're looking at providing and actually coordinating a team to assist with the land use side. And of course, that would be a collaborative effort between community development and public works and gross management. That team is kind of already being put together to help with the more technical concerns. So though not specifically in this program regulations, that process is happening simultaneously.
Okay, great. As I joked earlier with you all, it's like I want to put swear jars around the county that say, whenever you use the word capacity in a negative light, that we would all put $5 in a bucket and hire a project manager at the end of that. But this will help us, in a way, and I look forward to seeing the results of this. So thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions, and maybe they've been answered, but I was having a little technical difficulties. I apologize. So one of the things that I was concerned about this loan and grant for affordable housing is my constituents in the village of Agua Fria, and making sure that they'll be able to apply for possibly a grant, not a loan, to get grinder pumps, to get help with connection to the sewers because of the census tract that exists there and the recognition that, it is a underserved community. So that's not going to take anything away from them, right?
Madam Chair, no, it will not take anything away. And though this is the first program that's being proposed from staff related to the affordable housing plan, that particular issue we foresee being dealt with through the home rehabilitation and energy efficiency program. So this program and both home rehab, energy efficiency, down payment assistance, as well as foreclosure prevention, we anticipate having those resolutions to the board by the end of the year. So this will not take away from that. The reason that this program was actually presented first is, one, because it has the potential to have the largest impact because we are talking about projects in the very short term. Secondarily to that, there were actually some projects potentially in the pipeline where the county would act as a fiscal agent, and we need a program and a mechanism by which to actually administer those monies. So that was the impetus for this, but the program in particular to address that issue will be coming shortly, within the next couple of months.
Okay. It makes me feel better. So with that, what's the pleasure of the board?
I will move to approve resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Developer Assistance Program regulations providing for the provision of housing assistance grants and loans to acquire, develop, convert, rehabilitate, and preserve affordable housing, etc.
Okay.
Second that motion.
And
You second?
okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Resolution number.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6D is resolution number 2023-106.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go on to item E, which is request approval to utilize an outside contractor with Motorola in the amount of $808,528 inclusive of GRT for the equipment move and microwave installation at the new Regional Emergency Communications Center, and delegation of signature authority to the county manager to negotiate and sign all necessary or proper agreements and purchase orders. Welcome, Elias.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to speak about item, I know I'm getting ahead of myself for a little bit, on 6E, 6F, and 6H. County manager had a great idea to do a presentation to describe what these three items will do for RECC. If I can get the presentation, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yes, of course, please.
We're going to share the screen momentarily. Perfect. Thank you. And what you see in front of you is what the Santa Fe Regional Emergency Communications Center is going to look like from the front or the entrance of the facility. What you see on the left is what we call the RECC administration space. You can see that they are right next to each other. There's no cubicles, so if one person is speaking to a constituent or somebody internally within the county, they can hear one another. And the one on the right is the other side of the building, within the same side. So one is facing west and the other is facing east. And this is a short video of what the dispatch center, if you have not had the opportunity to see it, this is a slow motion view of the dispatch center, and you can see how they are literally right next to each other, and the gentleman there is actually walking a little bit faster than that, just so you know. They're also getting prepared for Halloween. As you can see, there's not much natural light. It's all lighting. You'll probably see at the top corner the only windows within this office space. Pretty tight. This is what the new dispatch center is going to look like. And you'll see on the right-hand side, there are, it's a wall of windows. So they'll have a lot of natural light coming in and be able to see outside of their cubicle, if you will. On the left-hand side, there's 6 monitors, I believe. Is it going to be 6 or 4? For the monitors, so we can see, I think 6. Definitely going to have 6. So we'll be able to see what's happening in the county, whether it's city, county, or town of Edgewood. This is the other side facing, and you can see how much room the dispatch center is going to have to run the operations. Currently, we don't have a future training room. This is what the training room will look like in the future state. Currently, our training marshal has to find a conference room and just hop around one place to another, or use Roberto's office, or use another dispatch console to do some of the training, and they're all in one space, so it's very difficult to move around. Again, this is the the entrance of the facility. And the items that I want to speak about is 6E and 6F. 6E is the Motorola contract to allow us to move the IT equipment relocation and installation cost. IT Connect is to help us move additional systems within the data center of RECC. Converge 1, which is within 6H, and it's under, we're able to provide services and can get that contract as it's below the county manager's signature authority. Go Circle and Lumen is covered by DFA, the New Mexico Department of Finance. In addition to this, any questions? Let me go back. If there's any questions about items 6E and 6F and 6H. I will also add that 6H, let me take that back. 6F is for the ADF, which is Adult Detention Facility. And that's G, sorry, I'm sorry. G is our, it's a contract to augment our Wi-Fi within the corrections facility. And 6H is the bar that encompasses all 3 of those items into a bar. Any questions so far?
Any
Madam
questions
Chair.
from the board at the moment?
No. And the county manager also had a great idea to kind of cover over what are the projects that RECC has experienced or has gone through this fiscal year. We had a computer-aided dispatch storage upgrade, and that has been completed. We have the consoles, which is the desktops, have also been completed. The City of Santa Fe radio core relocation to the state system has been completed. And what's in progress is the new Santa Fe RECC building, which is proposed completion of December 2023. We're trying to align the relocation of the IT equipment roughly around that same period of time. And the IT equipment relocation and installation pending your approval today. We also have federal engineering doing an assessment of operations, IT, and governance. We completed phase 1 of 4. And currently in the planning phase, we have Santa Fe County radio core relocation to the SACE system, and we have the Santa Fe County radio towers upgrade, which is also being planned as we speak. Any questions, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Elias. It's helpful. Those of us who have seen the RECC know that it is in desperate need of the new building, something that has been planned for some time. And now we're going to go to Mr. Taylor, and he's going to give us more details.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division with the county. The item before you right now is the approval to utilize an outside contract to procure the communication system and services in the amount of $808,528 inclusive of tax for the relocation, communication equipment, microwave installation, various other things at the new regional communication center, as well as work that's going to be involved with at the current public safety facility expansion. And so due to the amount of that, we're asking delegation of signature authority of the county manager. We've got a contract that is approved by our legal, finance, and the contractor for the services. And I'll stand for questions regarding this portion of the RECC and public safety project.
Commissioner Hamilton?
No questions, Madam Chair. I'll just move to approve 6E.
And I'll second it.
Okay, under discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next we'll go on to item F, which is, I'll let you handle it, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, utilizing an outside contract, statewide price agreement with IT Connect in the amount of $292,142 for wiring, antenna, and other costs associated with the Regional Emergency Communication Center and the Public Safety Complex expansion as part of the overall project. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
If I may, just as a point, I was really happy to see in the RECC redesign, and a question about the redesign, are we still going to have a reserved parking space for the rudest employee? Sorry, I don't know if your picture showed up the rudest employee parking space, so it was. But with that, I'll make I will make a motion to approve item F, a request for approval to utilize statewide price agreement for IT Connect in the amount of $292,142.
The delegation of signature authority to the county manager.
Thank you very much for completing that.
Second.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second under discussion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just say I'm glad to see all these projects moving forward and that our RECC will be set up and in much improved circumstances.
Amen. Next, I'll go on to item G.
Vote.
Oh, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? No one's opposed. G. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. This request again is utilizing the outside contract state price agreement with IT Connect. And then this is to upgrade the majority area of the adult detention facility for Wi-Fi services in that facility. We also are entering into our own county contract with IT Connect for the work. And we're asking for delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign that agreement. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board? I have a question. Is there any way that we can start using our own IT like ReadyNet or besides CenturyLink?
You don't want to use.
Madam Chair, I think that's a question maybe for Mr. Sanchez.
Okay. I hated having you sit in the back there and not being able to get up and now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was getting tired back there, so thank you. The infrastructure that's proposed today is for the internal Wi-Fi network. So it's not anything coming into the county as far as CenturyLink or ReadyNet or anything else. This is for Wi-Fi within the facility. Historically, we didn't have access points to access the internet in the inmate side. It was predominantly only in the admin side. So this is taking it to access it for the inmate sections of the facility for the internal network.
Okay. But I did see CenturyLink on the previous.
So CenturyLink is the internet provider for that location. They have we have a Mo circuit there at that location from CenturyLink, as well as a few other locations. ReadyNet doesn't currently have the infrastructure to support that location. If it becomes available, we can certainly look at it.
Commissioner Green?
And to sort of answer your part of this, I think that the part of the plateau build up Highway 14 will connect to this and will potentially be able to provide open network access and maybe save us some money. I don't know if it would be officially a ReadyNet build, but it would be open network through plateau.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, they've been identified as an anchor institution down on Highway 14.
Okay, that sounds good.
I will move to approve item G, request for approval to utilize the statewide pricing agreement with IT Connect for the amount of $339,445.42, inclusive of GRT, for the Wi-Fi upgrade of the adult detention facility and the delegation of signature authority to the county manager to negotiate and sign all necessary and proper agreements and purchase order.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, next we'll go on to item H, which is a resolution requesting a budget adjustment to various funds in the amount of $1,534,288. Welcome, Yvonne.
Welcome, Commissioners. Madam Chair, $6, and then finally, the Law Enforcement Operations Fund in the amount of $22,836. And with that, I stand for any questions related to the bar. Oh, and the funding will come from existing cash balances within each of those three funds.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Yvonne. What will be the remaining balances on these three funds? Is there, do you have that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I'm sorry, I don't have that, but I can get that. Each of the funds, due to vacancies, the increased revenue, they do have substantial fund balances to be able to absorb these increases. I'll get those.
Okay.
I will get that for you.
And anytime we do a bar based on reserves, it'd be great to know what percentage of reserves this is eating into for reference point. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It's not really reserves, right?
No, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, no, it would be each of these funds are special revenue funds, so any fund balance they have is already restricted in nature, because that fund balance can only be used for the specific activities for RECC, sheriffs, or corrections. So we do split out the fund balance to account for the committed fund balance, which the board approves in June. And then there's also a classification called non-spendable. Basically, it's like prepaid, where we've already done the cash outlay, and most of the time it's just insurance. And the rest of it is restricted, just in general restricted for corrections, RECC. So Commissioner Hamilton's correct, it's not necessarily a percentage, but what we could do is indicate how much of that fund balance is being used for these bars.
Thank you. I stand corrected, but thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, but that was what I was interested in getting, so that was good.
Great, thanks.
Madam Chair, I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And may I please have a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. Item 6H is resolution number 2023-107.
Thank you, Yvonne, very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go on to item number 7, presentations. Today, we have a presentation on the 2023 regular local election. County Clerk's Office, Catherine E. Clark, our County Clerk.
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
So this presentation is something that we are actually giving to all of our departments in an effort to do some stakeholder management, as well as let people know how elections work and all the preparation that goes into it. So I thought I would give you the current version of the presentation. When we get feedback from departments, then we add more frequently asked questions. So we'll begin. So we are going around to the different counties. I think we've already, county departments, I think we've already done GIS. We're going to do IT. So we're trying to get the word out about voting and the regular local election. So, we talk about the team, and we also talk about what it takes to administer elections. So one of the things that the Election Assistance Commission, which is the federal entity, which we've won 2 awards from, is really interested in doing is documenting how elections have changed. I think we've had more election laws in the last 10 years than we've had in the, since the Greek era, right? So from voting, where we used to put things into a jar we're like rocks into a jar. That's how we used to vote in ancient Greece. And in the last 10 years, we've seen significant changes to election technology, which means that the competencies around running an election have increased. So you'll see things on there like finance, ADA, security, right? So these are all the, emergency management. These are all the things now that go into planning and executing an election properly. So the Local Election Act was passed by the New Mexico legislature in 2018. It was recognized that there are tons and tons of special elections throughout the year, and people have a really hard time keeping track of them. And so they had very, very low turnout. There was also an objection to the idea that we would have school board elections separately, because that was a vestigial leftover effect of the idea that women should not vote, but it would be okay if they voted for a school board because women have an interest in schools. So we saw that school board races were separate from regular races, regular elections, which meant that we were sort of continuing a vestigial sexism. And so the idea around the Local Election Act is that we would consolidate all the elections to make it easier for people to vote, because they'd know, like clockwork, in November there would be a general statewide election. So what you see in the regular local election are all of the nonpartisan races that don't normally run in a primary and then a general, right? So during the odd number years, for municipalities that have opted in, school board races, county commission races, local questions, we will see nonpartisan races every odd numbered year. So there are different types of voters: in-person, absentee, federally qualified electors. Those are people who military or living abroad. We have some visually impaired voters. Those are people who have a certain kind of mechanics at home, an assistance device. We email them a ballot so that way they can read their ballot, mark it at home, and then mail it back to us. We also have safe at home. These used to be confidential voters. These are voters who, maybe in a domestic violence situation or are being stalked, and they need to keep their identity secret. So we don't know who those voters are. We just have a number that's kept secret by the Secretary of State, and we just, when those ballots are requested to our office, we actually send them to the Secretary of State's printer, and they print them out. So we absolutely have absolutely no idea who those voters are, other than where they're which district they're supposed to be voting in. We have language minority voters and voters with disabilities. And so typically what you'll see during this period, which is the voting that started today, is this is called what's called absentee in-person voting. And this is the way that we could get early voting into law. So it used to be that you could only vote early absentee in person if you had an excuse that you couldn't vote on election day. So that is why we call it early in-person absentee. But now it doesn't matter anymore. We should just call it early voting. But the laws are still vestigially called that. So you'll see sometimes in the law, they continue to call it early absentee in person, but really in our office, we're calling it early. Absentee, we call it absentee, but sometimes you'll see it interchanged with mailed, and that is the idea that we have no excuse absentee voting in New Mexico, meaning that you can request an absentee ballot, and starting today, we'll start sending them out to you, which is a mailed ballot, and you can return it by mail, or you can drop it at any open polling location, or you can drop it in one of our many drop boxes around the county that are open 24 hours. And then, of course, there's this idea of in-person. this is left over from the law. So it used to be that we called it absentee early and then in-person early, but now we're starting to call it expanded early voting. And we're trying to kind of get around this idea that in the law, there's all these vestigial terms, and sometimes the newspapers use what is the old language in the law. And you'll see that clerk's offices are trying to message absentee, early, and election day voting to make it a little clearer for voters, because it is very confusing. What we always like to say is we want you to make a plan. Studies show that when you make a plan about voting, you're more likely to vote. And we also say it's good to vote early, because what we'd like to see is that people who can vote early, who've decided early, can vote. It means that campaigns will take you off their list. It also means that the campaign that you're supporting or the initiative you're supporting can take you off the list and not spend any time trying to get you to vote. And it also leaves election day voting for people who can really only take election day off because they're allowed to in statute. So we're hoping to convince people that early voting is convenient, your vote will count the same, but it's also a way of freeing up access to other people who have to vote on election day. So now in New Mexico, we also have what's called same-day registration. So this is the big day where online registration and paper registrations are cut off, meaning we can no longer register you. So the way to register, if you are not already registered or you're not registered in the correct district, is to use same-day voter registration. It's available anywhere that the polls are open, even on election day, and you can change your registration using the same-day registration process if you bring an ID or a utility bill or a combination. And what's also important to note is that voting convenience centers, this is something we've had a long time in Santa Fe County, but this just became law for the entire state in 2023. But essentially any voter from any part of the county can go to any voting convenience center and get the ballot they're supposed to get and cast their ballot. You don't have precinct voting anymore, which means that you don't have to go to a specific location in order to cast your ballot. So if there's a line at one location, you can always go to another location and conveniently cast your ballot. We also have more drop boxes per capita than any other county, meaning that in Santa Fe County, we are really pushing for access and the ability to cast your mailed ballot at any time, and we are the only county to have drive-up drop boxes, meaning that 4 out of our 8 drop boxes, you can drive up. So you don't have to get out of your car, you can just drive up to it in your pajamas and drop that ballot off in the drop box. That's really important for ADA access because I have personal friends who just to get out of their car, it takes 45 minutes, and it doesn't cost us anything to make that drop box a little closer to the street so that people who have difficulties with mobility can not have to get out of their car. They can just drive up to the drop box and drop off their ballot. Okay, so we go a little bit over what it means to have a district, right? So a district is a type of administrative subdivision. A district is made up of precinct and precinct parts. So in this election, we have 257 precinct parts. And we have 179 precincts. And the idea around that is that not every district overlaps where we have the precinct boundaries. And so we often have these precinct parts where it's that, some of the precinct is in the city, some of the precinct is not in the city, some of the precincts are in one school board, some of the precincts are not in another school board. So we had to proof 257 ballot styles in order to make sure that we have the correct exact combination of races and candidates on and questions on the ballot, so that way you make sure that you're voting for the correct thing. So to administer this election in terms of precincts and precinct parts is actually more complicated than it would be in the primary and the general, where because of redistricting after the census, everyone followed the precinct boundaries, so the ballot styles were a lot more simple. Okay. So ranked choice voting. So people have a lot of questions about ranked choice voting and how did it come about. Originally, it came about as the city voted for it. They approved it in 2008. And then it was said that there wasn't the technology available to administer a ranked choice voting race. So it wasn't until there was a lawsuit in 2017 and 2018, essentially, that forced the city to agree to use ranked choice voting because the technology did exist. And it was very convenient for them because they also then could opt into the regular local election. So they gave it to the county clerks to run. And so we've been running ranked choice voting in the regular local elections since 2019. We have very high turnout for ranked choice voting, but unfortunately, what we have seen is that we don't actually get that much ranking. So since 2021 and in 2019, we did not see anyone needing to go to a second ballot. And that means that when a candidate wins outright more than 50%, they win outright. We don't run a second round. Typically what would happen is that if you don't get the 50%, then we take the lowest candidate, we look at the second choices of the lowest ranked. So if you rank the first candidate first and they lost, and they're the least vote getter, you look at their second rank and then you distribute it between who got the second rank. So then you just have 3 pots instead of 4 pots, essentially, of votes. And then we run it again, and if someone doesn't get 50%, then we do another round, and then the lowest candidate is eliminated. And their third choice ranks go to different pots of choice so that we get eliminated down to just 2 people, and one of them will have over 50%. So essentially it's a way to distribute votes, and it's a way of having a more democratic process in a way. That's the argument for it. So that way the people who have a candidate that's eliminated still have buy-in for who wins the race. Okay, so this is where you register to vote at nmvote.org. It's pretty straightforward. Your driver's license, social security number, and your date of birth. It's also where you can update your voter registration, but that gets cut off today. So if you want to register after today, you're going to have to go and use same-day voter registration. Okay, and this is what the NMVote portal looks like. It's very convenient. You can check for your sample ballot. You can look at that ballot, download it, mark on it, and bring it into the polling site. You can also look for your voter location, so essentially where the local polling sites are. And this is where you can also request an absentee ballot. So the electorate, we sent them an election notice. We sent every single voter an election notice last week, and they woke up over the weekend, so we had over 1,000 absentee ballot requests between Saturday and Sunday, so we actually worked all day yesterday until about 9 p.m. on our day off because we're trying to process all these absentee ballot applications to make sure we can send out those ballots as soon as possible. Okay, so this is one of our pages on our website. This tells you how many, we screen capture this, so this will say days left till voting, because that flips over on the first day of voting. But essentially we have what's on the ballot. It's very easy to find. It tells you who's on the ballot. It tells you what ballot questions there are. And then if you want to know the specific races, then you would go to nmvote.org and look at your sample ballot. So polling locations. So we have a map, a Google map of all the polling locations. And we also, if you look at the early polling location and wait times, if you click on that link, it shows you how long voters are taking to get through the line. Typically in Santa Fe County, no voter waits more than 14 minutes. That's a sort of a measurable goal of ours, except for maybe the fairgrounds. Sometimes we see after work gets a little busy. But you know, in other places you can wait 2 to 3 hours to vote, but in Santa Fe County, most voters cast their ballot within 5 minutes of arriving at the polling site. So it's very easy to find. We have new early voting locations. Santa Fe Community College, to sort of account for all of the neighborhoods that are growing out on that part of town. And we also have a new election day site at Mandela Magnet School, so that folks who are driving home on Agua Fria hopefully will see it and stop and vote on election day. So our easy to remember URL is santafe.vote. It's our one-stop shop, as we call it. We want it to be easy to remember. We want people to go there first so that they don't try to cobble together other information. This is where you can find maps to see which district you're in. This is where you can find elections, frequently asked questions. This is where you can find polling locations and the hours. This is where you can look for your secure drop box location if you've got an absentee ballot and it's the day before election day and you know you shouldn't mail it because you know we won't get it on time. Because as you know in New Mexico, if I don't have that ballot back by 7 p.m. on election night, it will not count. So we tell voters not to mail their ballots after October 31st this year. Please drop it. And then you can track your vote by SMS. This is the program that we had our vendor create. Essentially, if you want to know when we receive your ballot, when it's qualified, and if it needs to be cured, we will send you a text or email and letting you know that that's happening. So instead of having to, when you go to the Secretary of State's website to track your ballot, that's only tracking the mail. That is not tracking the internal checkpoints that we're doing in our office. So if you want to get the internal checkpoints of what's your ballot status, you would sign up for our Track Your Ballot. Okay, other resources. This is more of the history of ranked choice voting. We have it as a little brochure, so we can hand it out for people who are confused about what ranked choice voting is. We also have an RLE handout we've been handing out to various community groups to get interest in voting and also what's on the ballot in hopes of promoting this election and making sure we have high turnout. Santa Fe County does try to win the team turnout award every year among the clerks. It's a friendly competition to see who has the highest turnout in the state. At nmvote.org, you can request an absentee ballot. The portal's open. You can look at your sample ballot. You can view polling sites. However, I would say santafe.vote is better because of the map, and you can track your absentee ballot only as it goes through the mail. And we're always looking for ways to improve our website. So if you have any suggestions, please email us, clerk@santafecountynm.gov. And where you can always go for election results is we don't post them on our website other than to link to the Secretary of State's website. This is where we are uploading data on election night as soon as 7:01. So we upload most of our absentee data and all of our early voting right at 7 o'clock on election night. You can see that data real time, so there's a 5-minute refresh. So within 5 minutes, you'll see what's going on with our election results on election night. And so here's some myths we hear about voting. The first is that absentee ballots are only counted if the race is close. That's not true. We count every ballot. We have until 11 p.m. to get all those ballots counted by absentee board, and if after 11 o'clock we have not counted those ballots, then we have to come back the next day and continue counting those ballots. So we really do try to get all of those ballots back from all of our polling sites and Dropbox early as possible so that we can count them and upload them on election night. Registering to vote will put that voter on the list for jury duty. That is also not true. They're doing it through income tax return. So, voting has nothing to do with whether or not you're called for jury duty. So please register and please vote. Myth number 3 is ranked choice voting is too complicated for voters to understand. I think once people understand that you're essentially creating buckets and that the lowest vote getter is eliminated and then the second round is where you distribute their vote, it's fairly straightforward, and most voters, as we're going through and doing a regular local election, less and less people seem to be feeling confused by it. So we're doing a lot of community events throughout the county, trying to get people to register to vote, trying to get people to know there is an upcoming election. A lot of people, when they think about elections, think just the primary and the general, but this is an important election that has direct impact on your day-to-day life. Those who are doing your school board and your municipal races, this is where the rubber meets the road, and a lot of decisions affect your day-to-day life. So we're trying to promote that and make sure people vote in the regular local election. When we are preparing for the election, we have to visit every single voting site. We test the internet, we test the setups, we test the power to make sure everything is compliant. You can see they're testing how much power is at each of the plugs so that we can make sure that the tabulators don't get a surge and damage the tabulators. We do a lot of training, so we train 400 people every election to run an election, and they have to get it exactly right. So essentially, we're trying to create a system in which no matter which polling site you go to, no matter which poll worker you talk to, you get the same experience, no matter who you are and what party you are, whether you're ADA or not. So the idea is that we have to have training that is online and in person with refreshers, and we work on project management, polling site management with the presiding judges to make sure that we're executing this election as exactly as possible. So these are our sticker design contest winners. So we had high school students and middle school students submit designs. The county then voted by ranked choice voting who their favorites were, and these are the 2 winners. So we are now using these at our polling sites. So future voter are people who are under 16 who can't vote in an election. They will get a future voter sticker. And then those who are first-time voters, typically someone who's 17 or 18 who's voting for the first time, will get one of these spicy chili voter, first-time voter stickers. So this is a map that's kind of interesting to show that because we are a very, I'd say, international city, we have quite a bit of federally qualified electors. These are people who are living abroad or who are military who are registered to vote in Santa Fe County. And from all over the world, we have folks who are living in many countries who are voting abroad. Typically, voters vote by email. We send them a ballot, and then they email it back, and then we put it in an absentee envelope and give it to our absentee board to hand tally. But these are where our federally qualified electors come from in Santa Fe County. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to respond, but this is essentially what we are presenting to different divisions, and then we're building on it every time we get feedback and more questions from the different divisions so that people know the basics about what the regular local election is.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Great, thanks for the good presentation. Are you finding, or do you have any way to know yet, whether some of the outreach, the training on like what a regular local election is and some of the other stuff you're doing to try to build voter response during an election? Do you have any feedback on how that's going?
We're trying to, I think voters might be annoyed if we sat there with a survey and said, well, you're here. How did you hear about this election? We know that the law changed so we could send a notice to every single registered voter this election. So that is when, what I would say, the electorate woke up this weekend, and a lot of people applied for an absentee ballot. So I'm hoping as we get kind of the confluence of the press, we do radio ads, we do newspaper ads, and we have the endorsements from the press. So I'm hoping that the confluence of all those things sort of start getting traction and voters start showing up to vote. I mean, from the campaign world, they say you can't mail someone once, you have to mail someone 5 times before the voter pays attention. So, we're hoping radio, mail, Facebook, the campaigns, all of us are on team turnout, as I like to. So we did actually train the campaigns too and say we're all on team turnout and these are best practices, what you should do to help us with team turnout. So we are hoping to increase our turnout this year, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. Increasing voter turnout might be one of the best things we could do anywhere, all over the country.
Yes.
And so I don't know, that we're putting this effort into it is really good to see, but I guess in a way there's no way to know until you see how many people turn out. But
well, and it is not a mayoral race, so we do think it'll be a little lower than a typical mayoral race, but to give you some context, I think some of the turnout in other counties for the regular local is somewhere around 3 to 11%.
Yeah.
And we got 25, 26%. So we're really hoping for a little bump. I mean, in the city, there's one ranked choice voting race. And since there's 4 candidates, that may provide some excitement because this time we may actually see some ranking. I don't know. But we do want people to take the regular local election seriously because, these are folks, as you know, in local government who are making direct impact on your day-to-day life, and it's important to vote. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Clerk. 3 times fast, that's right. I just want to give a shout out, having been a beneficiary of an election a year ago. It was great to take part in that, and your office did a great job running that election. And to give a little anecdote to the thing, my wife became a citizen, and the same day she took the swearing-in ceremony down in Albuquerque, we drove back to Santa Fe, and she was able to vote. And she got to vote for me, so that was one of the more rewarding days of my life. So I think to hers too. So thank you very much.
And this time she'd get a chili sticker. So.
She got, this year, well, last year, I joked. I said, "Oh, you voted for me 7th," because there were 7 people that she voted for before me on the ballot, and I was like, "You should have jumped down the ballot to me." But anyway, so thank you very much. You did a great job last year, and I'm sure you're doing a great job this year.
Yeah, and when we talk to voters in our Democracy 101, our new too soon to vote voters, we do tell them to vote the back and then the front, so you don't forget.
Yeah.
So, any other questions?
So you said one other comment that I think you've heard this from me before is I would like to see the county logo, and is that on your website?
Is it on our website? I think so, but I can double check. It is in various places, including a lot of our signage. So,
okay, because I don't see it in the except for at the end of your program, which I appreciate very much.
Mhm.
But I think it's really important for people to know that the county clerk is located in the Santa Fe County, because they don't always get that.
Well, so we do make sure all of our signs have the county logo on it. It's like
Thank you.
a dual logo situation. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's nice to see all the things we're doing to make it easy for people to vote, register on the same day, the boxes that people can drive up to. I mean, it's great to live in a county, in a state, in a country but especially in a county where we're doing everything we can to make it easy for people to vote, because that's so important. It's the basis of our democracy, and it's unfortunate that around the world we don't have that everywhere, but we do have it here. So thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
So vote early so that people who can't vote early have the access they need. That's what we keep telling people, vote early.
Yeah, just not often, right? Vote early, but
Yeah,
just
yeah.
once.
Well, that is a myth, and I will say our ballot on demand systems, I know in 3 seconds when you've checked in, so there are no repeat ballots.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Yes, I wake up every day feeling grateful that I live in Santa Fe County in the state of New Mexico, where we have a great Secretary of State and a good county clerk. It's really makes our lives better here. And voting makes your lives better because you can express what you believe and who you want to represent you.
Yes, tu voto es tu voz.
Yes. So thank you very much, and thank you for the good presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission.
Okay, next we're going to go on to matters from the county manager. Mr. Schaefer.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just one update actually that relates to the regular local election is that we are scheduling a canvassing board meeting for Friday, November 17th at 2 p.m. to approve the results of the 2023 regular local election. So that's my one miscellaneous update. Thank you.
Well, could you repeat the date? I'm sorry, I just missed it.
It was Friday, November 17th at 2 p.m.
I apologize. I skipped matters from public concern. I have a list of people who want to speak, but most of these people are for the evening public hearings. So if there is anybody online or in the audience who wants to make public comment, please come forward. Okay, so I figured most of them were waiting for this evening. So we have gone from, matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Commissioner Green?
Am I up first? Okay. First off, I'd like to send out our condolences for the Pueblo of Pojoaque and the family of former Governor Raymond Romero. He was a former governor and was a key member of their community, and he passed away in the last few days, and our condolences to the Pueblo and his family out there. I think that's all I really have, other than a big thank you to staff for putting on the strategic plans from last week. That was a great exercise, pretty intense, and was a great opportunity. And I've put a few scoping sheets together, and I encourage you all to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to again thank Assistant Chief Martin V. Hill for an excellent presentation last week, October 5th, at the fire station on Rancho Viejo Boulevard. We again covered fire preparedness and evacuation planning and the Ready, Set, Go protocol. The meeting was well attended, both in person and online, and I think we will try to have, we weren't able to record it at the time, but we will perhaps have Chief Vigil do a recorded version that can be viewed at any time. It's an excellent presentation, and in this era of increased fire danger, I think it's important for everybody in the county to be aware of how they can protect themselves and their property if there is a fire. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton?
No, I don't have anything beyond agreeing with Commissioner Hughes. It's an important time to really pay attention to what we can do to all be prepared for things that are no question going to happen.
Commissioner Bustamante?
I agree, Madam Chair. I also want to do a little bit of a shout out and take the opportunity to bring attention to the work of our community organizations and our registered organizations, and the importance of making sure that now that there has been a change in the oversight of the community buildings, the use of the community facilities, to make sure that those organizations have access and are able to pre-schedule their standing meetings. There has been a little bit of a change in, they pay a certain amount, they get a schedule, they put out that they meet the first Monday of each month, et cetera. And one of those things that people definitely know is that during voting season, the community center is not going to be available, so they've moved the date there. But when other things come up, such as a wedding for someone who's working, who knows somebody who works for the county, and then a community organization gets bumped, something like that. I'm not saying it happened, but similar things have happened, that the community organizations' schedules are abided by, and I promised that I would bring to the BCC some opportunity for us to really think about making sure that those organizations who actually do quite a bit of the community work, they do community planning. Most of those community organizations have a planning district, if you will, things that they actually involved in. And one of them in particular, and we're about to have two, have asked for town halls that also involve our representative and our senator in those particular areas, asking about very specifically crime, or in this particular case, it's a town hall about what can the legislature do about crime. And we couldn't get a date for the use of the center, given even already having had that particular Saturday. So I think that what we want to do is make sure that we're working with Public Works, who now oversees that, maybe have a conversation about how do we make sure that these organizations, as they do work for the county in a lot of respect, they are our pipeline directly into the community, and allow and assure allow for the use of those facilities, and ensure that they have access to them in somewhat of a priority fashion that falls, it's a priority to have voting, it's a priority to have a county-sponsored event, and I think in many regards, we might want to start thinking about any of the community organizations' use of those facilities when they're doing things like having town halls with representation from our legislative representatives and senators, that they would have access to the facility as a priority to something like, I'm not saying that individual family members or weddings, funerals, etc., birthday parties aren't important, but when it's a community organization that's trying to do something on behalf of the county in a lot of respect, or on their own behalf, but helps us at the county, that we would look to make that use a priority. And I don't know that anything like that exists yet. And if it does, it's not being followed, but there's been some change, and it's just about making sure that some of that consideration is put in that place for those community organizations, specifically those who are registered for planning. And then we have others that are registered organizations who may have an interest and a need to use the facility if it's something that is clearly of benefit to the county, whether it be planning process or something that would structurally, be it an ASACIA or organization, whatever, structurally affect the county's work. I think those should be priority uses as well. So I bring that up in the interest of having us consider maybe moving forward with something that would make the community centers accessible but priority use for those things that directly affect those elements that require the county's work, oversight, process, whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
On that point, I'd like to support that as well. I've had some community members who are way up in the north with a community center in their neighborhood feel like I think there's a process where they have to give a deposit in a physical check all the way down here at the treasurer's office to go reserve something up there and to put the deposit, cleaning deposit. And we need to create a better process where maybe there is a retainer, they do one deposit and it's held for, once a year sort of subscription for those organizations that are our community organizations, to make it easier for them to have those last minute things without having to come all the way down to Santa Fe just to get a check and then to have to get reissued a check. It's an extra bunch of steps, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm going to have Brian come forward. Mr. Snyder, since this is now your department, and I think that this is something that we all care about and how the community center is operating. But I thought we changed the policy on having to come down for a check, and that we had streamlined some of that process.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we're working on the process of incorporating the community centers into our utility billing system, so that we can utilize our credit card payment. I can't speak if that's implemented yet, but I know we're driving towards that. That's the ultimate goal, is so we don't have to physically come in to make payment. They could do that online through a payment portal like you would paying your utility bill with a credit card.
And I too agree that community villages, Agua Fria Village, we use the Nancy Rodriguez Center, and I know La Cienega and the community, many of these community organizations. I agree with Commissioner Bustamante that they're doing county business and trying to improve their community, and we should be working with them to make sure that they have access to a meeting space. And I understand that people do reserve those spaces, and that we're not going to kick somebody out who's already reserved the space, but just making it aware.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, to Commissioner Bustamante's points as well, we're in the process of, we're governed, or what our processes are governed by a resolution that the Board of County Commission has approved, not this board, a previous board, manager's office. But our intention is to bring that resolution forward to BCC for your consideration, taking into consideration some of the things you've talked about. When there's all kinds of nuances between community centers and community centers that are attached to senior centers, and the hours of operation and how far you can book things in advance, a whole bunch of different complexities that we want to try to streamline it. We had heard this and we've experienced it on our personal lives when we try to rent a community center, but we're also trying to come up with a solution that can avoid having people to line up outside of our building at 5 a.m. waiting for our doors to open at 8 a.m. so they can come in and be the first in line to reserve a center. Don't have necessarily the best solution yet, but we hope to bring something forward for your consideration to alleviate that. I think that's not providing good community service. My understanding on the various groups and entities that are doing the good work of the community, that they are allowed to book out a year in advance and reserve centers, whereas us currently as I'll call it an individual, a community member that wants to reserve a community center can only do that 3 months or 90 days in advance. So looking at what makes sense and what doesn't, and trying to make sure we meet the needs of the community. But we'll bring something forward with some red lines for your consideration and seek input.
Madam Chair and Brian, I recognize that your operation isn't used to overseeing this, but it was brought to my attention that an already scheduled use had been bumped, and the details didn't sound like it made sense. It was something that it sounded like it was for a family type of event, and they asked that the La Cienega Valley Association specifically move its date, which they do schedule out in advance. So I think we just want to be considerate of those things that are community organization related, and maybe new people who feel the power of the pen. I don't know, but just to make sure that I do sincerely hold that the community organizations should have priority, even if it came up later over, I mean, we don't want to displace anyone's birthday party or funeral, but it's just a bigger picture that I'm trying to address here. Thanks.
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, that's definitely our intent, to make sure that we're following the resolution, but we're also putting into systems in place, whether it's paying with credit card, updating calendar systems. The existing calendaring system that we have now, multiple people have access to it. So, and I wouldn't know who made the change and those kinds of things, but putting certain controls in place so that we can make sure that we're following it and providing good community service.
Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate it. Is it my turn? Okay. Thank you. So one of the things I realized here this last week was that Finda del Sendero was no longer on the CIP, and it had been in the previous years, and I don't know how. Finda del Sendero for road improvement, but I did have a conversation with Brenda about the larger area of La Tierra, and I brought this up before because I do think that some work needs to be out there. We are working on trying to schedule a ribbon cutting at the end of the month, possibly the 28th, the 27th, or the 28th. At Romero Park, which is now going to be finished, which I think is wholeheartedly deserving of a ribbon cutting. I just want to make sure that we do it at a time when community members can come, so we're trying to schedule either Friday afternoon or a Saturday late morning, something like that. On October 16th, the wastewater, Agua Fria Wastewater Village meeting is happening at 6 p.m. at the Nancy Rodriguez Center. And I believe that a number of us are going to go to the Food Policy Council meeting on October 19th. So that might be something that needs to be noticed. And then I believe a number of us might be attending the Outdoor Recreation Conference on the 23rd through the 25th. So if you haven't registered, please talk to your liaison. And I know that Commissioner Bustamante and I both plan to be there. So check in with your liaison about that. And then I want to take a moment to remember Subi Bowen, who passed away. She was a good friend of mine, somebody I've known for many years. She was an architect. She worked on the rail yard. She worked on numerous things. She cared deeply about the homeless situation and problems. And I know that all of us on this board probably have had some interaction with her at some point in the time that she has lived here. And I just want to remember her. I didn't remember her earlier in the meeting, but I wanted to take this time and recognize her contributions and the importance she gave to Santa Fe County and City. And that is all I have. if anybody else would like to say something about Subi,
Well, I don't have much to add. I'm sorry to hear she passed. I know she did some planning work for the county and had been involved in several efforts to help build housing for homeless people in Santa Fe, and it's we will miss her.
yes, definitely. Okay, so thank you. Other elected officials' issues and comments. We had a presentation by the clerk. I don't see Daniel here, and so Yvonne, do you have anything you want to say? But I think a lot was covered.
One or two things were covered. No, we're just happy voting has started.
Good, great. So then we'll go on to matters from the county attorney. Jeff, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I would ask that we go into executive session this afternoon to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 in MSA 1978, including the potential acquisition of real property in a solid waste convenience center, for a solid waste convenience center, and other governmental purposes.
And I will move into executive session pursuant to what the county attorney was addressed.
Second?
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. Roll call vote, please.
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. We are now in executive session. We'll be back here at 5 o'clock for our public hearings.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired. Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps. Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
So moved. Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I move that we come out of executive session, assuring that the only things that were discussed in executive session were those that were listed by the county attorney and no actions were taken.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now out of executive session, and we are heading to number 12A, which is our public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5 o'clock. It is now 5:02. Case number 16-5282, Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, Oshara Village Phase 2, Phase 2A Final Subdivision Plat, Santa Fe Global Partners applicant. Welcome, Jose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jose Larrañaga, Building Development Supervisor, the Growth Management Department. Santa Fe Global Partners applicant through Jenkins Gavin Incorporated agent requests approval of a final plat for Phase 2A and approval of the affordable housing agreement of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe subdivision. The applicant also requests the removal of a condition imposed on the preliminary plat approval. The preliminary subdivision plat for Phase 2 approved by the BCC on March 8, 2022 comprises 250 lots and provides for phase development in 5 subphases. Phase 2A comprises 70 lots on 31.59 acres, the community center, and 17.5 acres of open space. Access to the project will be via the northeast and southeast connector roadways. The property is located within the Community College District, within a planned development district, east of Richards Avenue and south of Rabbit Road, within Section 16, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission District 4. On March 8, 2022, the BCC approved a preliminary subdivision plat and site development plan for Phase 2 of Oshara of Ashara. The approval included a preliminary subdivision plat for 250 residential lots on 111.12 acres. The applicant submitted an application for Phase 2A final subdivision plat and development plan for Arroyo Hondo. The Santa Fe Phase 2A comprises 31.596 acres, of which 17.5 acres, or 55%, is designated as open space. The Phase 2A includes 70 residential lots inclusive of 11 affordable units, a net density of 4.97 dwelling units per acre, and a 4,400 square foot community center. Accessory dwellings are not proposed for with this development. The applicant states the project is designed as a series of compounds with clusters of residential lots. A mixture of housing types will be interspersed throughout, including detached family homes, attached single-family homes, patio homes, townhomes, and stacked condominium units. In order to accommodate this range of housing types, residential lots range in size from 1,400 square feet to over 7,500 square feet in Phase 2A. The project includes a 4,400 square foot community center on the south end of the proposed 0.693 acre plaza in the southern portion of the project area. The community center will include resident fitness facilities, lounge areas, meeting space, and an outdoor pool. The applicant also requests that condition of approval number 20 from the preliminary plat and development plan approval be removed. Condition number 20 reads as follows. The intersection of Rabbit Road and the project's north access road shall be designed and constructed as a roundabout as shown in the conceptual plan. The design of the roundabout shall be submitted for review and approval prior to final plat approval. The applicant states that the roundabout is not warranted at this intersection, noting that the TIA and an addendum to the TIA indicate that a roundabout would have undesirable impacts. The applicant has submitted the following studies, reports, and assessments: environmental impact report, adequate public facilities and service assessment, traffic impact assessment, and a physical impact assessment. The applicant has addressed the applicable design standards for the development, and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. Building Development Services staff has reviewed the application for final plat for Phase 2A of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe subdivision for compliance with pertinent sustainable land development requirements and found that the facts presented support the request. Review agency comments conditionally support the request. The application meets the submittal requirements illustrated in the SLDC. The submittal meets the requirements outlined in the approved preliminary subdivision plat. Based on the addendum to the TIA, Public Works staff has determined that condition number 20 imposed on the preliminary subdivision plat is not required, and a T intersection is acceptable at the intersection with Rabbit Road. Staff has established findings that this application for final plat for Phase 2A of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe subdivision is in compliance with criteria set forth in the SLDC. Staff recommends approval of the request that the condition imposed on the preliminary subdivision plat, which state at the intersection of Rabbit Road and the project's north access road, shall be designed and constructed as a roundabout as shown in the conceptual plan. The design of the roundabout shall be submitted for review and approval prior to final plat approval. Be removed as a condition of approval. Staff recommends approval of the request for a final plat for Phase 2A of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe with the following conditions. Madam Chair, condition number 4 in the conditions should read, the applicant shall comply with all protective SHPO requirements prior to issuance of a development permit. All proposed treatment of the archaeological sites and the creation of easements of these sites shall be approved by SHPO prior to issuance of a development permit. All construction-related requirements shall be satisfied during construction. All easements shall be identified on the final plat. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as a part of the hearing record, and I stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Any questions from the board?
Should we ask now or after the public
Well, you
hearing?
can ask a couple questions now if you want, but go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, just a quick question. What is the reason for the change of recommendation about the roundabout? What are the undesirable effects that the Department of Transportation is citing?
There is a letter from our Public Works Department as is one of the exhibits. They reviewed it with the addendum. For this phase, it's not needed, the roundabout. There is a condition in here, and one of the conditions, let's see if I can find it. Condition number 17, all future phases and subphases shall submit a revised TIA and shall address all traffic and review the need for a roundabout at the Northeast Connector. So in other words, for this phase 2A, final plat, 70 lots, the roundabout is not warranted.
But it might be warranted in the subsequent phases.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Green.
This may come up later, but this is the strangest bit of urbanism I think I've seen in a long time with this plan of just this giant snake of a road with only one intermediary street, helping cut the big giant S plan. And I like Lauren Trick, but this seems a little strange. How was that? You'll address this later? Okay, so I'll leave that question for later, but that seems strange.
Okay. I have a question about the SHPO and the archaeology sites that exist in this area. I didn't feel like you were very clear. Has SHPO commented on those sites?
Madam Chair, they did. Let me find the exhibit here. There are SHPO comments on page 10 and 11 of the exhibits, and there is, we'll find where the review comments are. There is a review by SHPO.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. So the applicant is willing to agree to all of SHPO's recommendations on this site?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said the applicant is willing to agree to all of SHPO's recommendations on this site?
Madam Chair, that's what I understand. The applicant will say that, but that they will agree to it, and then plus the revised condition number 4 that they'd have to have approval by SHPO at development permit also.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening. Welcome.
Chair.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jennifer Jenkins. My address is 130 Grant Avenue, and I state that I am under oath.
Thank you.
Again, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe subdivision and Santa Fe Global Partners. Before I jump into my presentation, I would like to introduce the owner of the property, Bob Gorlow, and he just would like to introduce himself and say a couple of quick words. Thank you.
Well, I need to give my name and...
Yes, sir.
Okay,
all right, so, hold on. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, now you get to say, for the record, your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
My name is Robert M. Gorlow. My address is 1213 Camino Rivera, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
And that you're under oath.
And I am talking under oath.
Thank you.
I want to thank you. We've first started working on this project in 2012. It's been a really enjoyable 10 years. And frankly, working with the county and working with your staff has been just really great. They've been a great group of professionals, and we look forward to building this project. Thank you.
Okay. So this is the final subdivision plat for the first sub-phase. So phase 2, which the preliminary plat was approved by this body last year, is being developed in 5 sub-phases. So this is our first sub-phase. I just have a few quick introductions of the project team. You met Mr. Gorlow, and of course, me. Our land planning, as pointed out aptly by Commissioner Green, and the architectural design provided locally by Lauren Trick, civil engineering by Souter Miller and Associates, traffic engineering by Civil Transformations, and landscape architecture locally by Root Studio. So I'm probably not telling you anything that you don't know, but this property is in Sustainable Development Area 1 because it's in the Community College District. And the Community College District was identified as SDA 1 in the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, as well as in the SLDC, as the county's primary growth areas where growth is desired, where we need to generate housing and services relative to the availability of public infrastructure. So this is the Community College District, and you can see Oshara Village right there, kind of central, right to the north, adjacent to I-25 and Rabbit Road. And then zooming in, this is the Community College District zoning map for Oshara Village. So phase 1 of Oshara is right down here. I think, oh, my pointer's not working. Oh, well. I think everybody knows where phase 1 is, right off of Richards Avenue, which is kind of in the southwest corner of Oshara. Phase 2 is in the northeast corner, as you can see there. So this is relative to our vicinity. You can see phase 1 there and on the left side of Oshara Village, and there we are in the northeast corner, just north of the Santa Fe Community College, and then of course further development in Rancho Viejo a little further south. And zooming in a little more, you can see that we are surrounded by the Arroyo Hondo to the south. There is undeveloped property to the west, and then we have existing neighborhood to the east and the northeast connector, Rabbit Road, to the north. And we amended the conceptual plan for phase 2, and it was approved by the BCC back in 2021, just modified our mix of housing types and adjusted some things around commercial square footage and institutional uses. So that was done back in 21, and then we proceeded with the preliminary subdivision plat for phase 2. So this kind of shows phase 2 in relationship to phase 1. What is reflected here is the northeast and southeast connector projects. So the roundabout just south of the northeast connector, that is really the front door to this community. And let me see if I can get my pointer to work. So I did want to, this is, I think, the perfect time to address Commissioner Green's question about the access. Originally, the original design did not include our snake-like roadway connection up to Rabbit Road. We had a secondary connection between the two roundabouts on the southeast connector, and through preliminary review process, this was probably back in 2017, the Public Works said that they did not want a connection because of proximity to the two roundabouts. So we were advised at that time by Public Works that we needed to bring the connection up to Rabbit Road. So that is the design that it's going to be great for traffic calming because it's a tad circuitous. But like I mentioned, the roundabout on the southeast connector is our front door. That is our main entrance. And then the access to the northeast connector at the north end of the site is going to serve more as a secondary access. He's going to fix my batteries. While he's doing that, did you want to ask me a question about that? Okay. Oh. You can't see my pointer anyway, can you? That would be cool technology, that you could see my pointer when you're looking at your screen. That would be great. We need to invent, who needs to, Daniel, make that happen. Yeah, but the audience gets to see, of course. So we have our front door here at the partially constructed roundabout on the southeast connector, and then the secondary access here on Rabbit Road. Phase 2A, our first phase, sits right in here.
Your first phase is off of the southeast connector, second roundabout.
Yeah, right off that roundabout, exactly.
Where it says open space and where your plaza is. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got another image that's going to show that a little bit better. And this shows the phasing, so you can see phase 2A kind of right, it's really the heart of the project, and it also includes our plaza area and amenity center, and then the future phases kind of wrap around in sort of a horseshoe fashion here. Okay, now we're really zoomed in. So you can see our roundabout access here. These are the 70 lots that we are platting right now. This is our park plaza area, our amenity center that really overlooks the Arroyo Hondo. It's going to be really beautiful. The archaeological area is right here, kind of in the southwest corner of the subject property. And so we are going to be doing data.
So where are you pointing to?
So
I don't see it on our phase.
Yeah. So it is, if you were just to go west of the amenity center into that open space that's adjacent, kind of near the west boundary, that's where the archaeological site is located. So it's kind of the southwest corner of the subject tract. So it's right in here. So yeah, it's kind of on the edge of the Arroyo Hondo, and we will be completing data recovery prior to issuance of a county development permit. So that was the corrected condition of approval that Mr. Larrañaga referenced for correcting condition of approval number 4. And then zooming in, we have our plaza area and the amenity center that's going to have resident amenities around fitness, pool, kind of community lounge space and co-work space that is going to all work together as a lovely neighborhood amenity here. So this phase is a little over 30 acres with 70 lots. 15% of the homes will be priced affordably, which totals 11 lots for this phase. Totally in the end, all of phase 2 will have 38 affordable homes. We do have a really nice variety of housing types, everything from single-family detached, patio homes, townhomes, condominiums. So we're really touching on a lot of different housing needs for different types of families, different types of home buyers. And then the minimum open space requirement in the community college district is 50%. In this phase, we're actually a little over at 55%. So with respect to utilities, we're obviously going to be developing water and sewer infrastructure that will be dedicated to Santa Fe County. We are connecting into the Santa Fe County system. So what you can see here is the pink and green lines are referencing water and sewer, and we also are connecting in, as you can see, make that connection between phase 1 and phase 2. And so that is that interconnect between the two phases, and then future phasing will connect off of those extensions as well. And then, as you may recall, there is also a new significant sewer line extension that is going to be constructed by Santa Fe County from Richards Avenue, kind of following a westerly path and then following the Arroyo all the way down to the Colibri subdivision. This is a really critical piece of new county infrastructure to serve the county's primary growth area. And this extension will serve not only Oshara Village, it will allow the phase 1 of Oshara to abandon and decommission their private wastewater treatment plant and hook up their infrastructure to the county sewer system. And this will allow the Soleil project that is located up kind of northwest of Oshara also to connect to county sewer infrastructure. So this is a really critical improvement for the community college district. And then this shows, you can see, Commissioner Hanson, the archaeological. So it's really, we're probably not going to need an easement anymore because we're actually going to go in and excavate and do all the data recovery that is necessary. So originally we thought we were just going to preserve it in place, but then SHPO had other ideas. So they have asked us to go in and actually do the work. So that concludes my presentation. I would be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you so much.
Want to do the public hearing? Oh. Okay, so thank you. I am going to go to a public hearing on this project for Oshara, for Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe. Is there anyone here in the audience who wishes to speak? Please come forward.
I'm Robert Detweiler.
Hold on. Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And I'm going to have you speak into the microphone. For the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Robert Detweiler, or Bob Detweiler, and the address 11 Craftsman Road in Oshara Village.
And that you're under oath. You are under oath.
I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I recognize that I'm under oath. I'm here primarily as a resident of the community, and as far as anyone knows, we are all in favor of the proposed development, Phase 2A, and eventually maybe a second part of that. In particular, I represent the Oshara Mutual Domestic Wastewater Association, or MDWA, which provides wastewater services for the community and also provides returned reuse water, which is used for irrigation at our homes and public spaces. We are happy to have the prospect of connecting with the county sewer plant, which is planned or to be expanded in about 5 miles to the west. We are looking forward to having Phase 2A, the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe project, join us, and the sewer interceptor line, which Jennifer Jenkins has just shown on the maps. Our sewer plant is 18 years old, will be by the end of this year. It's providing good services, but they are expensive. The last several years, we've spent about $135,000 total to operate each year. If to expand the plant to serve the new development, the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, would be prohibitively expensive, and we are happy to join with the county. That's basically why I'm here, is to express support for the planned development. Are there any questions from the board?
Thank you. We'll have questions later.
I'm sorry, did you ask a question?
No, I said we'll have questions later.
Thank you. Then I would like to move on. Thank you.
Next, Beth.
All right, please raise your right hand. All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
My name is Beth Detweiler. My address is 11 Craftsman Road in Santa Fe County in the village of Oshara Village, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
I understand that this project has taken years in development and that it has taken untold hours of work by the developers, their associates, and county staff also. Understanding all that, I would like to say this about this proposed plan. I think this plan is an absolute beauty. And I think it will be a wonderful addition to the area that we live in. There are things about the plan that I think are very important in developing a new modern community, such as sustainability, walkability, the ability to bring people together in a cohesive community, and some of the things that are added to this plan that I think are really important are a generous amount of open area, the protection of the archaeological sites that are on this plot of land, a great gift to us all to be able to benefit from the data that could be provided by those. And also the buffer zones that the plan has put in between this new development and existing communities. I think that will allow a separation and definition of the new plan and the existing communities that will allow them to maintain their individual personalities. And one of these communities is Oshara Village, which will be a neighbor to the Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe. One of the benefits to us is that I believe that having a new community just up the Rabbit Road from us is going to stimulate the development of our commercial areas and create a beautiful place for small businesses to encircle our beautiful plaza, creating some sparkle and liveliness and cohesiveness in our community. And we're very grateful for the new energy that this community development of Arroyo Hondo is going to bring into our area. I think that it will be good for my neighbors, and I think it will make them happy to have the commercial areas developed. And I want my neighbors to be happy, and I care about them a lot. I consider my neighbors to be my extended Oshara family. And I think that the neighbors that come to live in the Arroyo Hondo are going to be a part of my extended Oshara family also, because it is technically Oshara Phase 2. I consider them to be my cousins that I have not yet met. And I look forward to meeting them. And I look forward to forming relationships and to watching their new community blossom. And thank you for listening to my opinions about the benefits that this new community can bestow on our area. And I wish you well in making your decision at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment at this time? Do you have anyone online who wants to speak to this, this development?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anybody online indicating that they'd like to speak. However, we really didn't announce it. Now one person is raising their hand. If you would like to speak during this item, please raise your digital hand. If you're using a cell phone, please hit *3. There's one person speaking.
I want them to be speaking to this particular...
To this item. George Brown.
Okay.
Hi, yes, my name is George Brown. I live at 49 Craftsman Road. Do I need to swear or anything?
Yep. Yes, let's get you sworn in, Mr. Brown. All right. So I see you raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And you've stated your name. If you hadn't stated your address, please do so, and also state that you are under oath.
I live at 49 Craftsman Road in Oshara Village, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a brief comment. I'm the president of the homeowners association here, of about 200 residents, and we're quite happy with the idea that this Oshara Phase 2 Arroyo de Hondo is coming in. For one thing, we recognize that the community college district is going to necessarily be built out and filled in. And we've seen other developments in our area that didn't have the sensitivity or the thoughtfulness and the responsiveness that this development has shown over these last few years. And this is exactly the type of development that we want, especially given that we know it's inevitable in this area. And so I just wanted to say that as sort of echoing what Beth Detweiler said as well, that these are going to be our good neighbors and friends, and we look forward to developing a larger community network with them as well. And so yes, we're looking forward to the completion of this project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there anyone else? Okay, so I am going to close public comment and go back to questions from commissioners. Anyone have Commissioner Hamilton?
So I don't have a question so much as I assume the issue is going to be retraction of the requirement for the roundabout. I thought it was clear when there was put in before that the data didn't support need of a roundabout, and as I recall, I voted against it. So I have no problem with taking it off. I recognize that means there's some time in the future that it might have to be developed if it's required in the future, but isn't that the way things are supposed to work? So.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on that topic, since I think that is the question, or the only question I have about this project, otherwise it looks very nice. And I did not see in the packet, I saw where our traffic person put in the roundabout would have undesirable effects on traffic. Jennifer, do you know what those undesirable effects are?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, and commissioners. So the type of roundabout that was contemplated previously is a modern roundabout, not dissimilar to the roundabouts that are proposed along the northeast and southeast connectors. Modern roundabouts are for traffic control, like a signal, like a traffic signal controls cars moving through an intersection to ensure safety and to ensure proper traffic flow. And our traffic engineer analyzed our access to Rabbit Road. And the level of service, as determined by the traffic study, was fantastic. It operates beautifully as a T intersection. So the level of traffic control that a roundabout provides was absolutely unnecessary and not warranted. And that's what we rely on traffic studies to do. The traffic study is what informs us about what are the improvements. You need to put in a signal, or you need to put in a right turn lane, or we're doing a left turn lane. So as you're coming west on Rabbit Road, you'll be a left turn lane so you can safely pause in order to turn left into the community. And so when we've all driven through neighborhoods where the proverbial kind of unnecessary stop sign, these things don't, when traffic improvements are built that aren't warranted by the data, they do not increase safety. They actually do just the opposite. And so, my traffic engineer is online, Timothy Simmons. He could probably speak to this because I am not a traffic engineer, but I'd be happy to have him speak to this, in a more detailed fashion. But that's really fundamentally what we're talking about. And as this phase develops out in the future subphases, as we will continue to analyze the traffic, and we'll have opportunities to analyze the Southeast Connector once it's operational and we're putting cars on the road. And if something changes in the circumstances and all of a sudden our access to Rabbit Road, that level of traffic control is required, then that's what we will address, at that time.
Okay, I mean, I understand that it may not be warranted, but it's hard for me to imagine any adverse effects from having it there. I just wondered what they were, but it seems more, I mean, I can understand that might not be warranted because you're not actually building any houses right near that part in this phase. And so I understand that. I would say, I mean, I understand a stop sign that's where you don't need a stop sign, people would just blow through it. It would be a little harder to blow through a roundabout. I don't really think it would cause any problems, but I do understand that it might not be needed right at this point. But you're okay with considering it for later?
Yep. Like I said, we're going to let the data inform it, and that's what and we're prepared to do that.
Okay, those are my questions for now, Madam Chair.
I'm go to Commissioner Bustamante.
Madam Chair, Jennifer, I'm sorry, I'm not hearing I hear the problem if you have a stop sign that people will blow through, but roundabouts, we have them when they're pre-planned for an area that we know is going to continue to be developed. And I have been spending at least the last, I'm going to say off and on over the last almost 20 years looking at traffic studies in our neighborhoods growing out in these more rural areas. Because most of the big straight-of-ways are straight-of-ways that have been there since we were running cattle through them. So I have to say honestly that I sort of am drawn back a little bit and thinking, yes, when the data shows it, it's easier to put in a roundabout, a traffic control method like a roundabout, because I hear what you're saying with people running through something that doesn't belong there, but a roundabout you don't really get to. And there are a number of examples near Capitol High where the roundabouts are there because we know we're going to build that out. It's harder to put it in after the fact. I'm looking at some of these I'm in District 3, it was very rural, and some of these old roads that were long cattle runs don't have these roundabouts, and we're looking at how are we going to control traffic later. I cannot say that I am of the ilk that putting in something after the fact could actually make sense. And if we can control that traffic and that dragway, having commuted back and forth from the Santa Fe Community College and understanding how people do like to pick up speed wherever they get a good straightaway, I'm not really sure that the logic behind putting it off makes a whole lot of sense in the interest of just assuring public safety to the start at a neighborhood location. If this was the next stretch from one residential area to the next furthest residential or even to the community college, I would start to understand it a little bit better. But what I do know is that we are putting in that extension in that roadway. So not putting something in because the traffic studies now don't call for it, knowing that there is build out planned. It's just a whole lot harder to put it in after the fact. So I'm not hearing what the ill effects would be, other than something people would blow through if there's nobody around. That's a whole different thing with a traffic roundabout.
And I think, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, Madam Chair, and Commissioners. So a couple of things. I think what I'm hearing is we're talking about two different things. We're talking about traffic calming, like how do I slow down cars? That is a completely separate issue. And there are traffic circles, medians, on-street parking, curvy roads. There are a lot of measures and strategies that can serve as a traffic calming device. This type of roundabout is not a traffic calming device. It is a traffic control device. It is a veritable traffic signal in this location. The control is what has to be determined by the traffic study. And our addendum to the traffic study was for the entire phase 2. And yes, that traffic study is going to age out. So as new phases come in, time passes, we'll go out, we'll do fresh traffic counts. We will come into staff when we come in with phase 2B, we're gonna say, here we've updated the traffic study, the Southeast Connector is operational. We have a whole new traffic pattern in this part of the community, right? So we're going to reassess that. But to talk about traffic calming and $350,000, $400,000 traffic calming measure that is not warranted by the data is very problematic. It's really problematic. I think we all know what's going on with construction costs right now. And so to be building something because maybe someday we might need it, when we have time to build it, we own the property that's adjacent to Rabbit Road. We can grant the right-of-way that would be necessary to accommodate a roundabout. There's no issues there because we are that frontage of the road. And so doing it when we do phase 2B or phase 2C, should it become warranted, is an easy thing to accomplish. So all we're asking is let the data tell us, because if my client is required to drop 15, 20 grand on a traffic study, which they are required to do, then the traffic study needs to matter. Yes. It needs to count for something. So all we're asking is look, we're all looking at the same data. Public Works looked at the data. Growth Management looked at the data, and everybody determined, we don't need this right now. Maybe we will. But time will tell. And we are prepared to do whatever improvements are going to be required of us as the project progresses.
Commissioner Hamilton?
It's almost, I actually was going to say exactly what Jenkins said in the last few sentences. It's like we require the studies so that we're not asking for things that are not needed, because that's arbitrary and capricious governing, which, as you all know, I'm not very much in favor of. So I apologize for being repetitive, but then again, we all have our things that we think are important. And this would be, traffic is supposed to flow. The Northeast Connector is a major artery, right? Traffic is supposed to flow on it. But I don't like cars that go fast. So I think every 200 feet we should put a speed hump on the Northeast Connector, because there are other streets where, that are rural that we have traffic that goes too fast. So on the Northeast Connector, I think we should put big speed humps, and everybody has to go down and go over every speed hump. A traffic study would say that's a dangerous and unwarranted thing to do, but I want it. And that's what I think, that having this is not traffic calming, this is a traffic circle, and it's a T intersection. So most of the traffic's going to go up and down. When people have to turn into the development or come out of the development, it's like people who drive cars have been doing that for a long time. You stop and you look both ways, and obviously you have to yield to the main thoroughfare. That's why the traffic study showed what it did. So I don't get this. We need it other places. people are in love with traffic circles. They're a good calming device. It's just not needed here. So we're asking for something that's arbitrary, in my opinion.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I'd like to congratulate you for incorporating so much of an extensive trail system. I think that that's actually the one aspect of this that is, to me, pretty positive about this plan. And then I get into the question about what are the amenities that you're planning? Is there anything for anybody under 15 years old? Is there going to be a playground?
You know, we are still working on the plaza area. We're still kind of working on some of the programming that's going on there. We've kind of have a landscape palette that we've developed for that, but it's still a little bit in process. And it's also a function of wanting to understand, since this is a long-term project, right? We have 250 homes here. This is our first 70 homes. We want to be able to respond to what is our demographic, and who are our homeowners and who are our buyers. And so so we're starting where we're starting, and the other amenities include, swimming pool, fitness, and other types of community amenities inside the community building.
Sounds like you're building stuff for retirees without grandchildren.
I think kids like to swim.
Okay.
I would have loved to have had a swimming
I'm just
pool.
making a point that I'm going to push. I'm going to say that, if you don't build it, they won't come, right? So you're building this for downsizing retirees without families trailing behind them. I find a problem with that. How far is it to the closest coffee house?
How far is it to the closest coffee house? I do not know.
Okay, I'm going to guess it's well over a mile, so it's not walkable. How far is it to the closest supermarket of any size? Bodega, supermarket?
I'm going to guess that the closest supermarket is going to be at Zia and St. Francis, which is probably about 3 miles away.
Okay, thanks. Closest school, you probably do a little better there with...
Amy Beale School would be the closest school.
That's a little better. Again, playground, even if it's not on your property, where's the closest playground?
I'm going to guess Regal is probably the closest, I'm going to guess.
Okay, so pushing that onto city amenities as opposed to a county amenity. I bring these up because, to me, these all should be, instead of putting them off-site, you should have something on-site. When you have a site that is over 100 acres, which is larger than Santa Fe when it was founded, and 250 homes or so, you should have some of those amenities on site and making it walkable. So we talk about wanting to be a sustainable community. This is a 4,000 linear foot road with 2 exits. It should probably have 4 exits, maybe 5. 4,000, there's 2 ways out of this project, and there should be at least 3, probably 4, maybe 5. I find it ironic that you're going to be presenting another case in about an hour that is fighting the other aspect of this, right? And so this is a great example of where 250 homes should have at least another exit into the community and a better road network. And another example would be an interior road, right? I mean, there's one interior road that helps you cut this strange S-shaped 4,000 linear foot road. And I find that if this was preliminary approved with this design, this is everything that we should be fighting against, right? There's 0 amenities, zero sustainability. Literally, people are going to drive an extra half mile to get home, just to get out of their neighborhood, let alone.
Excuse me, can I address some of these issues?
You're the property owner. I think that
the amenity center.
Please please talk into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. The amenity center is supposed to be for the whole community, which will include children, and we'll program it as such. The trail system makes it walkable. The whole area, you can walk anywhere, the whole place. The plaza, which was designed and I think is starting to come to its own by Alan Hoffman, is a place where the commercial activity, and it's definitely a walkable distance to the plaza.
So how far is that then? What is a walkable distance to you, sir?
Half mile.
Half mile?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to guess it's well more than half a mile to get there.
But even if it were a mile, I mean, you can't distribute a grocery store and a coffee shop, on every other corner because they'll fail. The commercial requirements for an enterprise to be successful was conceived pretty well with the original, I believe, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, with the original plaza. And that plaza was meant to be a walking distance throughout all of Ashara Village, and apparently, I think it is. I don't know if other people think it is. Also, we're marketing to families. We're not looking to retirees. We think this is a great place to live because the children and everybody else has a whole area to walk instead of putting all the area into, in large backyards or front yards or something like that. We collected and put it into this trail system. So the whole area, so the whole community, and that's open to all of Santa Fe. All of Santa Fe can walk through this if they want. So I used to be a solar architect, and I still have those skills. And we look to make this a sustainable community. And so I think you bring up some good points, and there are things we should focus on, especially the amenities for the children at the amenity center. That's certainly an excellent point that we probably hadn't developed as far as we should have to this point. But I'd like to think that we stand for walkability. All my projects all over in other places are all about walkability and sustainability. So, we're going to offer a solar package for those folks who want it. Of course, it's going to be shielded so it doesn't reflect into other people's homes. I really welcome your comments as focusing on things that need to be done, but this was not an attempt to do something for a bunch of people who look like me over the hill and need to be retired. But they're meant to be for families and for the enjoyment of the entire community. So we certainly welcome your suggestions on that.
So thank you. Thank you for addressing that. I appreciate that. So I did recognize the trail system. I do think that is the strongest part of this design. We're approving or we're listening to portion phase 2A. And so 2A has this intermediary street that allows this to cut through, the little cut through there. I think it's phase 2B and 2D or something in there has the opportunity to incorporate something like that as well, to allow for a lot less traffic and making somebody drive literally half a mile to get out of their neighborhood, right? I mean, this is almost a mile long of asphalt with two things like this, but you've made it into an S to. No, I understand. So the third exit I would love to see as well, but having an intermediary road network, so not everybody has to pass everybody. There's a variety of ways in and
Sure.
to progress through there. It's a future phase. I do not have to.
And we are happy
push-
to explore that as
Yeah.
we, get into the future phases.
And then looking at these amenities, at 250 homes, whether it's a pickleball court, whether it's a playground, whether it's a basketball court, whether it's all these things that are now that burden is being shifted. I encourage you to incorporate that into this in a way that allows for this to be an attractive community that is not shifting the burden to other parts of the county or other parts of the city, that when they give us grief and they say, well, why is everybody going to Genevieve Chavez? And we go, well, maybe we need to go incorporate that into our development plans, or we need to start building our own recreation facilities in the county. And so having that thinking, once you're at 250 homes, you're at a critical mass where some of those things should be incorporated into this.
Well, we plan on having a tennis court and a pickleball court. One of the things about sustainability is keeping cars off the road.
Sure.
The idea is, can you create a community where people don't want to leave your community?
Bob, I have to ask you to please talk into the microphone.
She's getting rid of me anyway.
I'm going to get rid of
Okay.
it. It's okay.
So, I mean,
Great.
build a
We hear you.
pickleball court and you're going to sell out in 2 seconds. I mean, like, no joke. I mean, that's like, but I'm concerned that you're making a bedroom community, and to your point about keeping cars off the road, it's also distance traveled. So if everybody has to go 4 miles to get to a market of any size, that's not right. And so you can incorporate somewhere along the southeast connector or on somewhere into your master plan a commercial lot. Who knows whether it gets built? No requirement that you build it, but you have incorporated some opportunity. So if somebody wants a daycare center because families decide to move there, or whether it's a coffee shop, or somebody decides to put a bar or market or anything, or even if it's a law firm or it's Jenkins Gavin decides to relocate there, it at least has some employment opportunity incorporated into your plan. And it's okay. No, I'm just throwing things out there for you and sort of speaking to my vision of where a sustainable land use plan that we purport to support is not being upheld by our code reviewers and the architects that come here and design these things. Okay. Lastly, you could grant the right-of-way right now for the roundabout, so we wouldn't have to go through that in the future. We don't have to build it now, but we could easily put that into this now if that's something, so we don't have to deal with that in the future.
We could totally do that. That would not be a problem at
That's
all.
the easiest ask I can come up with, and I knew you could say yes to that.
I think that's a great idea, actually. I think it's a good idea.
I thank you for hearing me out on this.
thank you.
I really wish you were adding more amenities into this. You can do this in future phases. I hope that there's a little bit more of a road network instead of a literally, like, this is a pretty impressively suburban and not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take, since everybody else has spoken. So I have a few questions. One, are the residents of Oshara 1 going to be able to use the pool at the amenity center?
No, that will be private for Phase 2A, because there'll be separate homeowners associations, and so it's for the Phase 2A residents.
Okay. So one of the things that's happening in the city of Santa Fe and the county of Santa Fe is that we have people drag racing. And we have a horrible situation with mufflers. And you are encouraging that by making this long stretch, and we are encouraging it by making this long stretch of roadway on the Northeast Connector. And, you know, however you want to define the roundabout, as whether traffic calming or traffic control is actually quite important. And especially on this road that has a heavy, heavy use already, not just your development. It is heavily used to get to the community college. Yeah, and we all know that from the 18 years of traffic that exists that goes through the village right now. Yeah, so, you know, I'm glad that you think the traffic study is adequate, but I don't, and I don't think it's capricious or any of those other words that have been used to request and require a roundabout on the Northeast Connector, because you only have 2 entrances and exits. I agree with Commissioner Green that, you know, like one roundabout at one end and a
Rabbit Road. So our connection is just east of where the Northeast Connector project ends or begins, whichever way you want to look at it. So
you're right on the other side of the federal highway right away?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And you're building that?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And so there's going to be, I'm trying to remember the site distance there is not that great if I remember. I did have the pleasure of driving through Oshara Village Phase 1, and it is beautiful. And it made me feel really good about how beautiful and what a great job Alan Hoffman did in his vision of putting together a village and having amenities. And as you well know from the last time, I was really quite unhappy with the fact that you removed so much of the commercial space. I'm still unhappy with that. That hasn't changed. And so I agree with Commissioner Green in the fact that you have made just another bedroom community. And, you know, that's not really the idea behind Oshara and this whole vision of sustainability. And, you know, I'm glad that you have a solar packet for people, but I think that it should be required for people to put solar in. And I also think that you should get rid of the gas, you know, and, you know, make sure that these homes are electrified, because I know that Commissioner Hughes and I both see gas as a real problem for the future. I mean, we are in a climate crisis, and that is not disputed. At least it's not on this board. We have joined the Paris Accord. We are meeting the agreements of the 2015 Paris Accord, Santa Fe County, and we want to see developers be in harmony with us. You know, that is important. I mean, the climate crisis is not a joke. It's not, we know what happened. Everybody here who's never had air conditioning for 50 years, 400 years, now needs to have air conditioning in the city of Santa Fe or in the county. So, you know, the planet is warming. You're building a lot of asphalt, you know, more parks. I only see Plaza, that's the only park that I see at the moment. The trail system we talked about last time before Commissioner Green joined the board, and I agree that it is a good system, but you know, I feel strongly that it's better to build the roundabout now. It actually saves you money, you know, and it's a speedway, and that's what we're going to see, you know. So I think the rest of the plan is great, but I would like to see some other, Commissioner Hamilton, I see you. I feel like you've done some really good things here, but I think you know how I feel about roundabouts or about control of traffic. And, you know, I would like to see you be more responsible to the entire community. And I agree that, you know, designing it or having it plotted now is a good thing at least, but, you know, I don't know where the rest of the commission stands, but I certainly think that a roundabout is warrant now. And I would like to see more sustainability features in this, because that was one of the things that, you know, that the Oshara Ranch and the whole vision was to have a sustainable community. And this just looks like another bedroom community. So now, Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. I actually find it rather offensive that we require professional level studies to be done, and that our regulations say that we will base what we require on the results of those professional level studies. And then we say that we know better than those studies that no matter what those traffic or other kinds of studies say, we know what goes on out there and we're going to require what we think is good based on that. I just think that is poor governance. And I'm sorry that you don't care for the words I use, but the fact is, like, I think that the point about having only 2 entrances, and exits makes sense. But from what I understand, that's what was required by our county staff. For whatever reasons, if we disagree with those trade-offs, but it was county staff who required that and asked those to be moved. So there's clearly room for discussion there, but when it comes to things like, we don't like bedroom communities, all the recent work on walkable cities and doing them as little pods, and that's really interesting stuff. It is not currently reflected to the extent that it's being discussed tonight in our SLDC. So it would be a great thing if we want to revise the SLDC and encourage that, but what's in the SLDC is what we currently require, and it is not appropriate or fair to require that beyond what our regulations currently require. And so I would like to make a motion to approve this, including the staff recommendation to remove the requirement for the roundabout.
So I don't hear a second. So I'll move on to another motion.
Madam Chair, I was not ready to make another motion. I just was looking at, I'm thinking about what Commissioner Hamilton is saying, and I agree with some of it. I also agree that a roundabout is going to be needed there. I'm looking at the staff's recommendation, condition number 17, that says all future phases and subphases shall submit a revised TIA and shall address all traffic and review the need for a roundabout at the northeast connector. I'm wondering if we can revise that somehow. That I guess the question I have is, like, let's say none of the future traffic impact analyses show that the roundabout is needed for the development, but we still feel it's needed to control traffic on, or traffic calming on Rabbit Road. Would it be appropriate for them to dedicate the land for the county to build the roundabout? I mean, is that something?
If they're agreeable to that, that's fine. But if you're talking about, suppose a study found it was needed in 20 or 30 years from now. The idea that it's cheaper to put it in now because it will always is just not true. There is no technical basis for saying that it's a financial benefit for them to put it in now instead of 20 or 30 years from now. But if they're completely willing to dedicate the easement now, suppose 20 years from now they want a calming circle is determined to be beneficial, but not what we're requiring now. What's on there now is excessive for what's needed. So yeah, I'm with you. I understand everybody likes roundabouts, but everybody likes speed humps too, and it's,
I personally hate roundabouts and speed humps, but I honk. I honk at speed humps.
I'm proud of you, I think.
Okay.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is, could we add something to number 17 that makes it a little stronger, that we want a roundabout there one way or another, whether we have to build it or they have to build it 30 years from now, or...
Madam Chair, I when you're amenable, I'm sorry, I don't agree, and I don't love speed humps. I was right there when it was completely appropriate to put the 599 crossing the West Frontage Road, only to wait until we have the fatalities build up. I don't buy it. and there were traffic studies that were well-funded to make sure that everybody knew how safe it was going to be. I promise myself, and I promise anyone in the community, I will not wait until we start seeing what the traffic studies are going to turn up by way of one accident after another. I respect traffic engineers. I get what people have paid for. To make something that ultimately, I go with the initial statement that Commissioner Green made, that development should pick up a cost for the development. If we're going to do that, and it's going to put people at risk, and I'm not saying anything about the rest of the development itself as far as its sustainability, I trust that the developers should get there from here. I really believe that that's in their values. But I just don't buy going back to try to do some type of reclamation, if you will, for lack of a better term, on a traffic study that could determine that it might be a danger at that time, after having been called to actually testify on having complained on traffic situations that have left people laying in the road. And I'm not exaggerating. So that being said, I really respectfully am not really here interested in trying to just strong arm something, but I can't say, yes, I don't trust the traffic studies, or I do. I trust that we know that traffic is going to increase, that the developer has a responsibility for addressing the new impact that we're going to have in traffic in that area. And if we're on a committee that has the responsibility of assuring the future safety of that location, it's pretty clear where my hand stands on that. That's my view.
And I do agree with you on the fact that 599 was supposed to have numerous overpasses, and we couldn't get anything put in there, but we've had numerous fatalities that, you know, could actually really have used more traffic situations to protect residents. Via Vetrianis is a perfect example of an incredibly dangerous intersection. I don't see traffic control and traffic calming as exactly two different things. This is where we're stuck at the moment. We're stuck on, you know, do we want a roundabout there or do we not?
Madam Chair, if I may make if we're not going to have a second on the last, I'm prepared to make a motion, and we'll see where that lands.
Can I say something, though?
You may
Honestly,
make a comment.
The fact that there was something needed at 599 is perfectly true. And as a matter of fact, there are certainly places where there are traffic issues. I personally have run on gruesome deaths of people that I knew very well at the intersection of 84-285 and Vista Grande, which is a lighted T intersection. But because there's a problem there, doesn't mean that that conclusion holds here. And so now you're saying it's better for an individual who's had a horrible experience, and I've had probably more of them, where I know there are problems, doesn't mean that conclusion is valid at this intersection, and we're going to require
with all due respect,
an expensive.
My view is not anecdotal. Sincerely, it is not that I just felt it. It was something that I literally committed academic
I understand,
time to
but that doesn't mean it's required everywhere. You can hold true to your commitment without agreeing that it's required everywhere. And the point is, I know that maybe there are traffic studies that have been wrong, and there are people who drive crazy. But the requirement to say that you're not going to take any traffic study, I'm really sorry. Just because you were Commissioner Hanson doesn't know the difference between a traffic circle and traffic calming, that's because she's not a traffic engineer. She doesn't need to know the difference.
I do know the difference.
Well, you just said you didn't.
I don't know if this is the situation or the place where I would put a traffic circle.
Well, I thought you said that. I wasn't accusing you of not knowing. I mean, I was literally thinking that you said that, and there is a differentiation. And so it's important to differentiate. It's a big amount of money. I mean, for a group that wants to encourage affordable housing, to put unaffordable requirements based on somebody's unprofessional gut feeling is inappropriate.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Madam Chair, I'm going to refrain from taking an unprofessional gut feeling as a result of why I believe in traffic calming. But as it may be your opinion, I will say I've spent a lot of time looking at traffic issues. With all due respect, so it's not an unprofessional gut feeling that I work from, but thank you.
Did you want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd motion to accept the proposal as written with the inclusion of the traffic circle as something that would still be required as a condition of the approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, under discussion.
I think it's an entirely unrealistic requirement.
Madam Chair, I think I'm okay doing it now or later. I just think we need it sometime.
You just seconded.
No, I know. I'm explaining my second. And I think that now is probably better, preferable. I also think that when we first heard this, staff was recommending the traffic circle, so I'm assuming that it's going to be needed at some point, even if...
No, actually, they weren't when we first did this. This was required for the same reason it's being required up here. It wasn't needed before, and it's not needed now.
I think staff thought it was desirable. I guess maybe it wasn't in the study.
So,
anyway, I made my second. I'm just explaining what I was thinking.
So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Green, I saw you had your hand raised.
Yeah. So sadly, I think we're fighting over the wrong things. So I just put it that way. I think that this is the traffic circle at a T intersection is not so necessary. I think a sheriff's deputy out there ticketing people, drag racing will do just fine if we had coverage. And again, our issues are the wrong ones. For a community that talks about sustainability, this is not a sustainable plan. This is a cutting corners and building less asphalt, which is there's a value to that, but a real road network is the right way, and having walkable amenities incorporated into 250 homes is the way to keep these people from having to go out into that intersection, right? You incorporate it into this project. You make sure, maybe as a condition of this, a condition that says that this development can never be gated, right? And never be exclusive to the 250 homes that are there, so that the trails are not like suddenly fenced off from the rest of the community and it's part of a regional network of things. So we're really starting to discuss the wrong issues, in my opinion. Anyway, you all get to vote. We'll all get to vote on this in a second. You can probably guess where I'm going. So thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
That was 3-2. The motion carries.
Now we get to talk about liquor license.
Okay, so with all conditions is what the motion was. So,
Madam Chair, and that's with the correction on condition number 4 that I read out aloud.
yes. Okay, I'm going to move on. To 12B. 235170 Muse Fine Wine Sports and Wine Liquors Wholesale Liquors License.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moose Fine Wine applicant Michaela Maestas agent requests approval of a spirits and wine wholesaler liquor license to be located at 21 Bisbee Court, Unit G. The property is within the planned district Santa Fe Community College District and is zoned as an employment center subdistrict. The site is within Section 24, Township 16 North, Range 8 East, SDA 1, Commission District 5. Muse Fine Wine is seeking approval of a spirits and wine wholesaler liquor license to be located at 21 Bisbee Court, Unit G. The applicant holds a current Santa Fe County business license. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, Chapter 8, Section 8.10.3, Planned District, Santa Fe Community College District. The site is located within the Employment Center zone within the PD-CCD. Section 8.10.3.19 CCD use matrix allows the sale of beer, wine, and liquor for off-premise consumption and the use of a warehouse or storage facility as permitted uses. The CCD use matrix defines a permitted use as permitted by right within the zoning district. Permitted uses are subject to all other applicable standards of the SLDC. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a spirits and wine wholesaler liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove of the license if the location is within an area where the sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited by laws of New Mexico. The issuance would be in violation of a zoning or other ordinance, or the use would be detrimental to the public's health, safety, and morals of the residents of the local option district. Growth Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. The SLDC CCD use matrix allows for the sale of beer, wine, and liquor for off-premise consumption and the use of a warehouse or storage facility as a permitted use within the Employment Center subdistrict. The applicant has met the State of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 0.3 miles from the nearest church and 2.8 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommends approval of a spirits and wine wholesaler liquor license to be located at 21 Bisbee Court, Unit G. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jose. Are there any questions from the board? No questions? Does the applicant want to say anything before we go to the public hearing? Okay, the applicant said no. You weren't on mic, so I'm just repeating you. So let's go to the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak about this matter? I don't see any hands raised in the audience. Do we know if there's anybody online? Daniel, are you available somewhere? Do you see anybody, Yvonne? Matt, do you see anybody online? Okay, no one online to speak to this matter. We'll close public hearing. Are there any questions from the board at this point? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the liquor license application for case number 235170, Muse Fine Wine and Spirits and Wine Wholesaler Liquor License to be located at Bisbee Court.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hanson is about to return, but we can count her vote. Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So that's 5-0. You have approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Next, we will go on to case number 21-50-70, Reality Profit Sharing Plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, John Lovato with Building Development Services, Supervisor. The issue, Reality Profit Sharing Plan, Ron Sebesta, applicant, Nathan Manzanares, agent, request 1, approval of affordable housing agreement, and 2, preliminary and final subdivision plat approval for a 23 single family lot subdivision. The 80.71 acre parcel is comprised of 4 separate parcels known as Love Ranch LLC. The 80.71 acre parcel is zoned as residential estate zoning district. The site is located at 10 and 15 West Camino de Cielo and 7 and 16 Camino de Cielo within the vicinity of Camino La Tierra and within Township 17 North, Range 9 East, Section 18, SDA 2, Commission District 2. Summary. The subdivision is classified as a Type 3 major subdivision containing 6 to 24 parcels where any parcel is less than 10 acres in size. The applicant requests preliminary and final subdivision plat approval to create 23 single-family residential lots with 22 primary dwellings and 1 affordable lot with a duplex. The parcel is within the general area of the Tres Arroyos de Penitente Community Overlay District, but the parcel is not within the overlay district. Therefore, the applicant does not need to comply with the standards of the Tres Arroyos Overlay District. The current plat entitled Land Division for Love Ranch LLC of 80.71 acres was created on November 6, 2006 and recorded in the office of the Santa Fe County Clerks in Book 639, page 29. The land division created 4 parcels which are labeled Tract A, 20.38 acres, Tract B, 20.12 acres, Tract C, 20.20 acres, and Tract D, 20 acres, for the combined total of 80.71 acres. The applicant has potential to subdivide the parcel into 32 2.5 acre parcels. However, the applicant proposes 14 2.50 acre lots and 9 5.0 acre lots for the combined total of 23 lots. The proposed 23 lots states that 8 of the proposed market rate lots will have accessory dwelling units. Lots 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, and 19 will have accessory dwellings, and Lot 5 is the affordable lot with a duplex as approved by Affordable Housing. The proposed access is directly off South Wildflower Road, which is 24 feet in width, and bisects the property. There's a looped internal road network that serves the 4 existing lots. 2 of the 20-acre lots are accessed off East Camino de Cielo, and the other 2 20-acre lots are accessed off West Camino de Cielo. The applicable requirements under the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, SLDC Ordinance 2016-9, which governs this application, are the following. Chapter 5.7, Preliminary Plats, Major Subdivisions. 5.8, Final Plat. Study reports and assessments. The following studies, reports, and assessments were required as part of the application. Adequate public facilities and service assessment, water service availability report, and traffic impact assessment. Sustainable design standards. The application reviewed for the compliance with the applicable standards set forth in the SLDC as follows. Access and road design standards, fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signs, solid waste, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, water harvesting, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, and affordable housing. Agency review. The following groups reviewed this project: NMED with approval, County Public Works approval, County Fire Marshal approval with conditions, County Utilities approval, Soils and Water approval, Santa Fe Public Schools no opinion, and County Affordable Housing approval. Recommendation: the Affordable Housing Agreement has been reviewed and approved by the Affordable Housing Administrator and the Legal Department. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the affordable housing agreement as attached to Exhibit 7. Building Development Services staff have reviewed this project for compliance with permanent SLDC requirements and finds that the facts presented support the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat approval for a 23-lot subdivision on 80.00 acres. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record?
Yes, you may.
I have an amendment, Madam Chair, for conditions 7 and 8 to be read as follows. Condition 7, lots 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, and 19 shall be allowed 0.50 acre-feet per water per dwelling. And condition number 8, lot 5, affordable house shall be allowed 0.50 acres per dwelling.
Would you repeat that?
Seven, would you like 7 or 8 or both again?
So you're changing the allowed 0.25 to point what?
0.50 acre-feet for conditions 7 and 8 as granted by the ULEDA by Santa Fe Public County Utilities.
And
so that's lot 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, and 19 are allowed accessory dwelling units. And then condition 7 is 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 17, and 18. And 19 shall be allowed 0.5 acre-feet per year per dwelling.
okay, because they have an accessory dwelling.
Correct.
Okay, that's the reason. And the affordable lot, because it's going to be 2.
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Okay, I get it. Okay, good. Thank you.
I stand for any questions you all may have.
Any questions right now from anybody? We'll go to the applicant. You need to be sworn in.
All right, you know the drill. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Nathan Manzanares. I'm with New Mexico Land Solutions, located at 915 Mercer Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I understand I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I have a brief presentation to go over with you. I also handed out some hard copies of this presentation. I'd like to thank John. As alluded in the staff report, this project has had a lengthy history, has gone through a number of revisions, but I think we've worked well with staff to get it over the finish line. Right now, we're presenting 23 lots, as noted by John, with the Sierra Vista subdivision. So this is a unique property. It was, as John mentioned, developed as the Love Ranch development back in 2006. So back in 2006, all of this existing infrastructure was permitted. We're going to do the only real infrastructure improvement that needs to be done in this project is teeing up this road right here, and you'll see that on the next plat. But other than that, other than that, we're just gonna.
What road are you going to clean up?
We're gonna align West Wildflower with East Wildflower to the north edge, and you can see that on this slide here. Okay. So that offset will now be teed up to have a safer passage for the intersection. So really the only infrastructure improvement that's gonna take place is the repaving of this section of road. Everything else is existing and already installed.
Is sewer already installed?
These lots will have private septic tanks. There will be no community sewer. We did reach out to Las Campanas to acquire community sewer, and that request was denied. Since this
You're
is
not part of Las Campanas?
No. And I'll go into that a little further I think that's the next case, Madam Chair. This is outside of both Las Campanas and the Tres Arroyos Community District. But as noted, I've highlighted the lots. We have 23 lots. We have the lots that are allowed accessory dwelling units highlighted in yellow. And we also have the affordable housing lot highlighted in red on lot 5. As John stated, the YALITA for this was approved on August 14th by the board, which allowed for the lots without accessory dwelling units to have 0.25 acre feet, and the lots with accessory dwelling units to have a ½ acre foot, as well as the affordable housing lot. So as mentioned, this is zoned residential estate. You can see here, this is the residential estate within the Santa Fe County District. It is outside of the Tres Arroyos Community District and has a 2.5 acre minimum lot size. This is it relative to the Tres Arroyos Community District. So directly south, you do have the Tres Arroyos Community District. And I think that the concern is there's some letters of opposition from the surrounding area that they want to maintain consistency with the TAP. And our client is willing to do that. This is what his dimensional standards are by right, per the residential estate zoning district. They have a 24-foot height maximum. We're actually willing to impose an 18-foot height restriction. That's not required, but we think to be good neighbors and be consistent with the area, we are going to adopt and self-impose the Tres Arroyos design and architectural standards as special building notes on our final plat. This actually holds more teeth than if they were included in private covenants, because private covenants can be changed. And this also provides a mechanism for staff to make sure that these regulations are met. So, as noted, we're going to limit the size of accessory structures to be below 2,000 square feet with a maximum height of 18 feet. We'll meet the architectural design standards for light reflectivity, as well as ensuring all buildings will have neutral brown, beige, or earth tone stucco or adobe material as the prominent colors. We'll also reduce light reflectivity from any peaked or angled roofs. And we feel like that really does address a lot of the neighbors' concerns. And I would like to request that in addition to staff's conditions as amended and stated in the staff report, that the following conditions also be self-imposed for this application, which includes the 18-foot height maximum for all buildings within the development, as well as abiding by the architectural and design standards of the Tres Arroyos Community District that is directly south of this development. And with that, I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I want to go to public hearing. So, okay. I want to open this up for a public hearing for this development only. Do we have anyone? Okay, please come forward. You'll have to be sworn in.
The right hand, correct. All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Lisa Pfeiffer. My address is 3 Star Splash, which is in La Mirada, just to the south of the property we're talking about, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners, for being here and taking public input. I'm speaking on behalf of the La Mirada Owners Association. We are a registered organization. We have been following this a proposal from the start, way back when the preliminary was done, and of course when Mr. Sebesta purchased the property and this particular iteration of the subdivision started. We do oppose the subdivision, which we submitted comments in writing. I know we're not the only to do that, ones to do that. We've long known there's going to be a subdivision there. We know there's going to be affordable housing there. That is not what we oppose. What we oppose is actually the use of the land as described in the application. The application states that this will be 23 single-family homes, but once you add the additional dwelling units, the ADUs, and the affordable housing duplex, you're really talking about a 32-family subdivision. I realize that he is allowed to build a 32-home subdivision on 80 acres, but we feel that the additional standards that will apply to that higher density usage should be taken into consideration. Those 32 units, along with the described detached garages, studios, barns, and corrals, could result in well over 100 structures on this 80 acres. And that density is very inconsistent with the surrounding neighborhoods, which are all single-family homes. The plat currently, as it was defined, does not reflect the current Res-E setback of 25 feet on the side and the rear, and that really further reduces the buildable areas in the lots that are described on the plat. Not only is this inconsistent with the surrounding subdivisions, but we feel that the water, sewer, and parking needs for that larger number of units on the property really haven't been addressed in the application. The water budget doesn't provide anything for the horses, the barns, and the corrals, and the pastures that would be required to support them. The wastewater plan doesn't address the additional dwelling units, nor does it address the rental units, the duplex. It also doesn't respond to staff's request that they consider using the Las Campanas sewer system. That sewer system does run along the eastern edge of the property already and serves La Mirada, could easily serve that subdivision should they choose to. In addition, the maximum height, Mr. Manzanares addressed that point, saying that they would self-impose conditions to reduce to the TAP CD limit. I think my neighbors probably would welcome that change, but that was news to us. That's not something that was presented to us earlier, even though we have tried to get that kind of concession for 2.5 years now. The pitched roofs are still there, and that does further exacerbate our concerns about visual impact on other neighborhoods that would basically look through them to see the Jemez. We feel that parts of the application do not completely comply with the codes pertaining to drainage, outdoor lighting, fences, walls, and parking. And Mr. Manzanares talked about the single infrastructure improvement needed to realign the roads. That's not East and West Wildflower, actually, it's Camino del Cielo. Those roads are in terrible shape now, and I would hope if they build a subdivision, they would also improve the condition of the roads as they are today. And these concerns are not new. We've raised them all along, not just our registered organization, but several others, many individual lot owners as well. I know you'll hear from many of my neighbors after I finish speaking. It is disappointing to us that we came here tonight having not gotten a single conversation with Mr. Sebesta over the last year. We did have an initial conversation 2.5 years ago, but since then he has been reluctant to engage with us, to hear our concerns, to be responsive, and to try to be a good neighbor. So we are happy to see those self-imposed conditions. I want to acknowledge that, but at the same time, that is not our only concern. All of the structures associated with horse keeping and the density of the buildings is also a significant concern for us. We respectfully ask the Commission to require compliance to all of the aspects of the code that do apply, and before approving the application. We also hope that in making changes, that the subdivision application can be a little bit more harmonious with the surrounding neighborhoods. We further ask that any conditions you do apply, apply directly to the plat. We are somewhat concerned that some of the conditions, for example, a designation of particular lots to be horse-keeping lots, not be in just the covenants, but in the plat itself, so that they cannot change at will. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there other people to speak? Could I see all the hands raised who want to speak on this topic? Okay, I'm going to give everyone 2 minutes. Please come and up and speak.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Linnea Wall. I live at 2 Light Air in La Mirada, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. As I said, I live at 2 Light Air, which is in La Mirada, directly south of the proposed development. And my home will be significantly and negatively affected by Mr. Sebesta's development as it's proposed. Along with the La Mirada Owners Association, I oppose this development as it's proposed. I'm very disappointed that despite Mr. Sebesta's claims of compromise, we have not seen any meaningful changes to his plans. For example, despite our concerns that we have shared with him, his covenants still encourage pitch roofs, 2-story homes with multiple outbuildings and lights that are totally out of touch with the covenants and the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. Sadly, Mr. Sebesta's plans show disrespect for his neighbors and disregard for our beautiful Santa Fe desert communities. I encourage the Board of County Commissioners to vote no on Mr. Sebesta's application as proposed, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please come and line up, those people who want to speak. Yes, because then you could all be sworn in at the same time is what I'm trying to do.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're all going to swear the oath, and then when you come up to speak, we'll do the name and address and that sort, okay? So for right now, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. And ma'am, first up, your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
My name is Lori Whitaker. My address is 13 Morning Breeze in La Mirada, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. I am here today to oppose the Sierra Vista application. My husband and I live in La Mirada. We live in a property that directly abuts the Sierra Vista property, and so a 24-foot height limit was completely out of character with the surrounding neighborhoods, but 18 feet still remains higher than most of the surrounding developments. Rather than go through all of the same concerns that Lisa has expressed, I thought what I'd do is just paint a general picture of how Sierra Vista would contrast with our development, La Mirada, and most of the other surrounding developments. So, for example, the height restriction of 18 feet. In La Mirada, we have a 14-foot height restriction, and all the houses are cut into the surrounding landscape to fit into the contours of the land. We have flat roofs. He's proposing pitched roofs with unspecified materials for the roofing. We don't allow fencing of any kind other than courtyard walls. He is proposing apparently unlimited amount of fencing in a variety of materials, including metal fences, coyote fences. We do not allow fences, not just for the aesthetics, although that's a big part of it, but also for environmental reasons. We have a lot of wildlife that traverse through our neighborhoods, and the Sierra Vista property is actually a wildlife corridor for coyotes and jackrabbits and rabbits and a variety of other animals, and is also home to many nesting birds. So fencing is going to impact the wildlife. We take great pride in preserving our open spaces, which are then contiguous with all of our surrounding houses, and there's no fence barriers. The lighting apparently in Sierra Vista can be up to on 10-foot poles. Our height restriction for lighting is 18 inches. They also say that lights can be on from dawn to dusk as long as they are shielded from the neighbors. Well, we look down over this property, and I don't see how they can be shielded, and they will impact our dark skies, which we take extremely seriously. We don't allow vehicles, excess vehicles to be parked on our lots. He is proposing that extra automobiles, trailers, boats, recreational vehicles and similar structures be allowed, but they must be shielded by fencing. That just provides more fencing. The ADUs, there's very little information about that. Are they going to be used by the families who own the property, or are they going to be rental units? Are they going to be short-term rentals? We don't feel that it's been specified, so presumably anything goes with that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The one last thing I just wanted to mention is a lot of these issues are related to the fact that he wants them to be equestrian estates, and horses and all of the accompaniments of raising horses, such as corrals, fences, barns, lighting, etc., could be mitigated by simply taking horses out of the equation, which is one thing that we would strongly recommend. And I mean, I do appreciate that I have only 2 minutes, but I will say that we've waited 2.5 years to be able to have our grievances heard, and I feel that you should make sure that you're giving everyone an adequate amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Steve Goldman. I live at 2 Light Air. I know I'm under oath. I live in a development just south of Mr. Sylvester's development, and I'm significantly impacted and negatively at that by the development. I stand with the Homeowners Association opposing the application. Let me explain briefly why. I invite him to Mr. Sylvester come out maybe for a sunset walk with my wife and I. We could show them what the pardon me? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the microphone. I'd like to maybe invite Mr. Sylvester to come out and then one of these nice fall evenings and watch the sun go down and see what we have here and all these, from all the way from La Mirada up to La Serena, La Vida, all the way to Las Campanas. The Covenants sort of paint a nice picture. It's a park-like setting, and I wish maybe he would come and understand what's going on here. If he's an early riser, he might like to see the sunrise some clear morning and light up the peaks of the Jemez Mountains. It's a beautiful area, and with a little more sensitivity maybe to the natural landscape, Mr. Sylvester's project would be more harmonious, I think, to all of us. We'd all win. But as it stands, I think it's out of tune, and I must encourage the Board of Commissioners to vote no on this application. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Next, please.
Yeah, my name is Dan Kradish. I live at 10 North Stargazer, and I am under oath. First, I fully support my Homeowners Association position on this new development. I have concerns about the impact of horses with their attendant structures. Fences are a major concern. My biggest issue, though, is potential for light pollution. My house is immediately adjacent to the Sierra Vista property, And one of my hobbies is astronomy, and I do a lot of astrophotography through my telescope, which is permanently mounted about 50 feet from the edge of Sierra Vista property line. Any ambient light from that property will affect my ability to do quality photos. I understand the new development will not have street lights, but individual homeowners can still have outside lighting, which will impact our dark sky. There are a limited number of nights where you can really do astrophotography properly. It has to have a new moon, you have to have no clouds, and dark skies obviously are critical, light winds. So on those limited number of nights, if I'm out doing my astrophotography and some homeowner has a bright light on their home, it's going to have a big impact on what I can do. So one of the things I would like to do to be proactive, we want to be good neighbors, I would like the ability to be able to contact either the homeowner or the homeowner's representative from the association, let him know maybe it's inadvertently he left a light on that's impacting me. I'd like to be able to make that phone call, not the next day or a week later, but that night, because again, limited number of nights where I can really go out there and do what I like to do, that one light could impact me. So I would like to see some sort of ability to be able to make that phone call, have that light turned off, and try to, again, be a good neighbor without causing any conflict. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this case? Is there anyone online?
Madam Chair, we have 2 users online. The first speaker is Adair Waldenberg.
Adair, can you hear me?
Yes, I was having trouble unmuting myself. Thank you, commissioners and others. I think that this...
Wait, you need to be sworn in.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay, Adair, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
Adair Waldenberg, 11 Morning Breeze, and I am under oath. Thank you, commissioners and others that are willing to listen to the community surrounding this development. You have listened more than the developer has. The initial meeting did not include all the invited neighbors that should have been there, and that was the only meeting 2.5 years ago. The developer, as La Mirada submitted, several provisions violate the Santa Fe Sustainable Land Development Code. His flagrant ignoring the code, the plat he submitted had 10-foot setbacks instead of 25. There are various things that were not on the plat, and he's just ignoring not only the code and the neighbors, but any input that those would provide. We asked that the county board consider tabling this and asking him to come back with a complete, accurate plat, and that he comply with all the provisions of the SDLC. That code, I was part of the League of Women Voters that spent a lot of time, along with great staff in the county, formulating that code. It's very important that everybody be held accountable for applying making an application that is consistent with that code. In this case, we have been ignored and parts of the code have been ignored. And that is deeply distressing in our county. So commissioners, I ask you not to approve the submission. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Mark, can you hear us?
Now you can hear me.
Yes, now we can hear you. You need to be sworn in. So,
I cannot, I have to rush off to the airport. I didn't realize it would drag this long. I support all of the other neighbors with their opposition. The 18 height.
be sworn in. Sir.
I have to run. I have to run. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have one more speaker. Oh, sorry, two more speakers. The next one is Ed Goff.
All right, Ed. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
Hi, my name is Ed Goff. I live at 5 North Stargazer. I am under oath. And I'll make it simple. I live in La Mirada, and I am one of the neighbors who support what our my neighbors have been saying tonight. I look forward to our being able to work with the developer to help him finalize plans that are consistent with county rules and regulations and state standards, and also help us be good neighbors with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Steve Zapp.
Hello?
Hi, Steve.
Yes, I'm here.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Steve Zappi. I live at 3 Escopeta Court in the Cuatro Diaz subdivision just south of the proposed development. And I am under oath. I'd just like to share some of the comments from neighbors that I have in Cuatro Diaz, specifically concerned about the horses and the inconsistency with what's we have on residential lots surrounding them. We are concerned of the inadequate notification. We only received notification through La Mirada Homeowners Association, except for the very first time that we got mail from the developer. And then also that there was no updating of the signs that were posted that said were not updated for tonight's meeting. Again, we would have had very little opportunity to be involved in commenting on this. We're asking the county to support the preservation of the covenants and the preservation of the Las Campanas, La Mirada, and Cuatro Diaz neighborhoods by requiring Sierra Vista to adopt a set of restrictive covenants that mirror those of the surrounding subdivisions. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Madam Chair, there are no more speakers on WebEx.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wants to speak to this matter? Well, you're the applicant. Seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing, and then I will, Nathan.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'd just like to make a closing statement. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. We do have a project that has been vetted by staff and fellow review agencies with recommendations of approval. The setbacks can be addressed via Condition 4 as we move forward with the plat redline comments. We will note all applicable setbacks on that plat. I apologize for that not being on the current plat, but that's a simple fix. And as stated, I believe the adoption of the self-imposed conditions to be consistent with the Tres Arroyos Community District really goes above and beyond what's required of Mr. Sebesta and the SLDC. And with that, I thank you all, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to comments from, questions from commissioners. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess the thing that caught my eye about this project was that it was going to be on septic systems and there's going to be horses. I see that NMED, the Environment Department, gave their approval, but were they aware of did they investigate the potential for groundwater pollution from, 32 septic systems and 23 horse farms on 80 acres?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. Yes, and just to clarify, there's going to be 22 dwellings and 1 duplex, so there'll be 23 septic tanks. The lots with accessory dwelling units will have to share septics. That's a requirement of the SLDC. We were asked by county utilities to reach out to Las Campanas. We did so. We provided a rejection memo to staff. Las Campanas was not interested in allowing that connection. So that was looked at.
Isn't there another connection that they could make, and did they give you a reason? I mean, I'm sorry if I didn't read the letter of why Las Campanas Co-op rejected your application, because I know they're underutilized.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe that the reason was that if that connection was made, it could allow for 32 lots and for full build out of the allowable density. I don't believe Las Campanas had any desire to have more than 23 homes out there, so they rejected that plan to not allow the developer to fully build out the 32 lots allowable by right and by density. That was the rationale I received from Las Campanas.
But you're only building 23, so did you?
Yeah, we presented the subdivision as is, but they also realized that by allowing the potential for both community water and community sewer, it opened the door for more dense development in that area.
Madam Chair.
And, go ahead.
I think I still officially have the floor. I thought.
You still do have the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what Mr. Lovato had to say on that subject.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, when it comes to the Environment Department, they typically don't look at issues as such. If they were running a boarding school for horses or some kind of boarding facility, that's something they would probably take into effect on their application as it came through. These are personal horses, if any are going to be on these lots, in which the county does not govern for personal horses. So that kind of moots that situation from our standpoint in terms of a review. But certainly the board has the discretion to do what they feel is necessary.
Do we put any limit on how many personal horses somebody can have?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I believe that is left up to the Livestock Board. But in terms of horses, I think we allow up to 2 on our side, and up to 12 horses that any one particular property can have without any type of boarding.
So up to 12
facility.
horses per property. I mean, I understand not everybody's going to have horses who lives here. I'm just kind of wondering what the limits are. Thank you.
I'm sure. Commissioner Hughes, thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we're also willing to, we're only looking at 2 horses per lot that's eligible for horses. Not every lot will have horses, but through the covenants and disclosure statement, we will state that no more than 2 horses are allowed per lot. And if need be, we can incorporate that in the conditions as well. Thank you.
Thank you all. Those are my questions for now, Madam Chair.
Okay,
No, he answered the.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nick, and for the presentation. And I do want to give you a shout out for incorporating ADUs in here. I think that makes a different mixed type of housing stock in a single family area. So whether it's somebody who wants to, have a home business, okay. If somebody wants to have somebody that is taking care of their horses live on property, that's even better. So there's a lot of flexibility with the ADU helping our housing crisis. Just to ask the question about the setbacks, what are the setbacks that would be incorporated on the plan? And Nick, you said that you would be incorporating that into the final plat?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the required setbacks are 25 feet within the zoning district.
Okay.
That being said, the applicant is going to be putting open space around those so that it does not get developed in any such way. And I just wanted to also touch base on clarify an issue about drainage that was brought up in the meeting. This isn't your typical subdivision that Santa Fe County sees coming through here. This was set up since the get-go, thus the infrastructure being in place and whatnot. So one of the more restrictive conditions Santa Fe County has imposed is that each lot will be required to submit a grading and drainage plan by a licensed engineer to ensure that no drainage or no terrain erosion control or measures affect property owners as much as possible.
Great.
And along with that is a SWIP plan for each residence that goes in place.
And I think that the fact that the road is pretty much in there will cut down on a lot of terrain, drainage issues and like SWIP mitigation during construction. So 25 feet from the neighbors and 25 feet between, or 50 feet between structures, essentially between home lots, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, so in the residential state as well as the Tres Arroyos Community District, it's a 25-foot rear and side setback and a 10-foot front setback. We will be noting those setbacks on the plat. So the intention of those setbacks is try to cluster the development to the center of the property.
Towards the road.
To help provide that buffer.
Okay. Is there consideration of sort of a night sky sort of regulation to require that all exterior light is below 10 feet? So even if you have an 18-foot tall building, that you don't put a light at the apex of the structure?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, as stated, each home will be reviewed individually for single-family permit. The requirement of the code is that they're shielded and downward facing. We're also committing to being below 900 lumens, which is also a requirement of the county code. I think that that would mitigate a lot of the concerns. There's not going to be any floodlighting, spotlighting, anything like that. Everything will be shielded and downward facing.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then setbacks, night sky. So the current road was reported to be in substandard condition. Are you going to resurface it and to repair it up to county road standards, or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, there are some improvements that have been provided with our grading and drainage plans. Ultimately, we're going to have to conduct a site inspection with staff to determine that. But part of this application will be when we move forward with the improvements and the realignment of Camino Cielo, we'll have to post a letter of credit, and any improvements or any repairs that are deemed necessary by staff will be included within that letter of credit. But that will be contingent upon a site visit with staff and walking, and if there are some areas that are chipped or need to be resurfaced, they will do that.
Okay, and then as thank you, as a equestrian-focused development, where is the closest equestrian trail?
Matt, I don't know if I can put up the presentation again, but it's basically going to run along the internal street of Wildflower. There's a 10-foot equestrian trail, and that's actually a requirement within the Tres Arroyos Community District. So there's a number of equestrian trails that are being built in that area, and I think the closest would probably be Los Sueños Trail, if I'm not mistaken. But
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, this falls within our official mapping area, and so it is required equestrian trail or some sort of trail system that ties into what would be proposed trails down the line. In this case, it's not going to tie into anything, but it's a requirement, much like this case that came before you several months ago, Rancho Cerro Grande. Similar situation.
So the easement will be established and the trail will be built at some point. Are the developers required to build it, or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, the developers will be required to build it out, and it will be platted as well, along with the easements.
Great. And I ask also because I think that this loop road here, the Cielo Loop or whatever it's called, would make a great opportunity for an equestrian soft pack loop for the folks in that neighborhood to just trot along that loop in the neighborhood, and a walking path for humans as well. But
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, that would be a private amenity to the community and could be forthcoming. But we were showing the public trail along the South Wildflower access, but that is a good idea, and we'll take that into consideration. It's with it being that could easily be accomplished, and we'll look at that.
I mean, I think that would be the amenity to show that it's a really equestrian facility that you could walk your horse out of your property and get to West Wildflower on a soft pack and have that amenity to really put an amenity that follows what you say your community is focused at.
No, yeah, great idea, and we'll definitely take that into consideration.
Would you be willing to do that as a condition of approval right now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
If we can add that to the other self-imposed conditions on
I
the
love
motion,
it.
I
mean,
appreciate it.
And I wouldn't want to see it as a private amenity per se. It should be for everybody in the neighborhood to go turn their horses around and, obviously not.
No.
No. No, we understand that there aren't any current trails, but I think that they're saying that there is a trail network being.
No, please, there is no. Commissioner Green. No, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton.
So there were a lot of questions about the lighting. John, don't we have night sky light restrictions, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. Each light will be required to be, for residential use, be downshielded and under a certain lumen.
And this,
I don't have that off my head, but
oh no,
but
I don't
there's
need
a
to know that. I
requirement.
know that. I just want to know: does this actually comply with all those requirements,
Absolutely,
including lights on houses, on the homes?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, I have a few questions. So it does concern me about the fencing around the property. I know that area is pretty open, and so I wonder, I understand why you would fence your horse in, and I understand why you would have a small fence around your home, like a courtyard fence or those kind of things. But am I to understand that you're going to fence each piece of property? That seems excessive and unnecessary.
Madam Chair, there is no intention to put a perimeter fence around the entire development. Any fencing will be directed towards containment of horses via corrals or stables, but there's no intention to provide perimeter fencing around the entire development or each lot within the development. So I don't know where that came from, but that's not proposed.
Okay, and,
Madam Chair, it is one of those situations that's hard to govern, because within the SLDC, you are allowed to build a fence up to 6 feet without a permit, and anything thereafter requires permitting. So it's one of those tight situations, but as you heard from the applicants, it sounds like they're not going to do so.
okay, so I'm also, along with everyone up here, I think we are all concerned about the dark sky ordinance and it being followed and being clear with residents, you know, that's respect. You know, I live right in the city. I wish that the night sky ordinance was a little more followed in the city, but.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that, you know, it's pretty standard practice, but if you want extra reassurance, lighting cut sheets could be provided with each single family residence. I mean, that's already kind of a requirement of staff to do that in certain cases, but we can definitely provide that with each application and to verify that they are indeed shielded and downward facing and meet the lumen maximum in that area.
Okay, and that they will not have their lights on all night.
We're giving
is
up a
that
lot,
part of
Madam
the
Chair.
night sky ordinance? No? You can have your lights on all night? Okay, okay. That's too bad.
We can change it.
My other question is about the pitch roofs. That seemed to be another concern. If you're reducing the maximum height to 18 feet and the surrounding neighborhood is 14 feet, that doesn't give you very much room for a pitch.
Madam Chair, each lot will be a custom-built home and design. You know, I like I said, we've given up a lot.
But you're going to do an 18-foot?
Maximum, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Can I clarify that? Because I know in the city, the 18-foot has a different meaning. It is that the peak will be the maximum of 18-foot or the median point of the roof?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, it will be the peak. That's
The peak.
how it's calculated within the
So
county.
it could start at 12 and go up 6 feet or something like that. Okay. So it's not the whole volume.
Okay. And are there other horse facilities around this area? Or horse equestrian developments?
Madam Chair, the nearest horse facility I would say is close to Aldea, part of Aldea and Tessera subdivision. Right there, they have a boarding area. I'm not sure what the business is called, but that's probably the closest place that has horses. It's probably maybe 2 miles in distance.
And what about Las?
Madam Chair, you recently approved another development that was an equestrian development known as Rancho Cielo Grande that was located via Los Sueños Trail that also connected into some additional equestrian trails in that area. That is less than 2 miles from this site. It's actually probably about a mile from this site. And I believe that a lot of that land is state-owned land that backs into Rancho Cielo Grande. So there are opportunities to go out and ride and do a long ride in that area.
And how far is Las Campanas?
It's maybe 2 miles. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have. Yes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the point of the fencing aspect, would you be willing to put a setback condition for fencing, so it isn't just like fencing not up to the road and not up to your neighbor of, say, 15 feet between neighbors and at least 15 feet at the back property line?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that we're really starting to flirt with the county imposing restrictive covenants on certain developments and not others. And, I understand that there are concerns, but as John alluded, that if someone were to build a fence under 6 feet, that would not require a permit. And, therefore it would be really hard to track and enforce. I don't believe that there's any intention to do that. There's not going to be any perimeter fencing around the entire 80 acres that's going to encompass the subdivision. I just would like to remain consistent with other developments and not set precedents that, could, be construed as, the county kind of pushing their weight around on certain developers and not others. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I just thought I'd go fishing, but this is not a fishing development. This is an equestrian facility. So, any other things?
Any other comments?
Given the amenability to the additional condition, I'm going to make that as a part of my motion of approval. So you all are amenable to this and agreeable, and I really appreciate that. So I'd like to make a motion approving the case 21-5070 reality profit sharing plan, and adding a condition of approval that all public roads, including the Cielo Grande, name of the road?
What's the circle of the name of the circle of the road in the center of the plat?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green. So the only public road is actually South Wildflower. Camino Cielo, east and west Camino Cielo is actually a private.
So let me withdraw my motion and let me clarify just for this. Were you willing to put an equestrian trail around that Camino Cielo loop?
There again, I think we're, with it being public right-of-way, we can do it along Wildflower. When you start mixing public amenities with private amenities, it just gets sticky.
Is it a public road?
Only Wildflower, not Camino, not the loop road that is used for the internal access of the subdivision.
And so Wildflower already has a requirement to build a trail?
Yes, and that trail is in place.
Motion. So you're not so amenable, so I won't be either.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment that I think we heard all of the neighbors' concerns, but I don't know that we have any ability to impose anything that's not already in the SLDC regarding that. I mean, especially like we talked about the dark skies, but that's already in there. And I don't know that we can impose anything else. I just wanted to make that comment.
I think we've tried to address number of the residents' concerns here. We're limited in what we can do by the SLDC. I don't know where they're not in compliance. So if there's anywhere where they're not in compliance, John, can you tell me?
Madam Chair, upon my review, I believe they're in compliance with everything. That's why this case is before the board tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam, we don't have to approve everything, right? I mean, this is like saying that you have to approve something because there are, you can extract concessions and things. I mean, yes, there is a debate to be had there. We will have a session about that soon. But you don't have to say yes today. Somebody's got to make the motion. I was willing to make it if there was a loop around the Camino Cielo, but
I know it's my district. I'm well aware of that.
Chair, Commissioner Green, by all means, we'll do the private loop. I think there's a lot of liability of making that a public trail within private property. Yes. And that's our concern. I mean, we will provide that as a private amenity to the residents of Sierra Vista, but like I said, those precedents and mixing public and private is kind of unheard of, to be honest. So
people
Madam
are going to
Chair?
be riding their horses out of their property
onto a public
private
road.
Thank you.
Onto a public road.
No,
Madam
onto
Chair?
a private road, because not every single house is going to be connected to Wildflower.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as recommended by staff.
I'll second that.
With, with
The self-imposed conditions.
No,
to-
not with the, just with the staff
self-imposed-
conditions.
with
No,
the self,
no,
no,
just with the staff conditions.
no.
You can't tell me no, I
I
made
mean,
the
I could
motion.
vote no. You know, they've made, under discussion, they've made numerous concessions, and I think we should accept them.
I'm not aware of any concessions.
Self-imposed.
I'm not aware of any, I thought they just withdrew it.
No, that was only the
Oh,
roundabout.
yes,
These-
the
these-
height things, yes, with those,
These, yeah.
yes.
no, but they also just, if I may, they also just offered to build a private equestrian loop around the Cielo Road loop.
How about if we just make the motion with this, the self-imposed conditions on height and style that they made at the beginning of the presentation? Would you second that? I second that. Thank you. There's a motion and second, point of order.
Okay, all those in favor?
And I'm sorry if I could interject for 1 second, and I usually try very hard not to do this. But relative to the changing of the water usage, those are expressed as, the recommendation at the beginning was to up those to 0.5 per dwelling unit. That actually doesn't make sense because they're expressed per dwelling unit. So if you're allowed 2 dwellings on a lot, you would get 0.5 acre feet per lot if you built both dwellings. And so I think the condition as initially proposed by staff is sound. And so I think
Yes.
staff would want to keep it as written. If you could just address that, because I don't want there to be any confusion on
I
that
didn't
score.
understand, I thought somebody misspoke. I thought it was
Madam Chair.
0.25,
Per lot.
no.
Madam Chair,
ahead.
Commissioners, yes,
Sure.
that is correct. It should be per dwelling. So the 0.25 carries on for both dwellings, so they get initially 0.50 regardless.
For the lot if
But
they have
not
a-
per each one, so
Yes.
0.25 per dwelling,
Yes,
as it
that's
reads.
what I thought it actually was. So yes, that's included in my motion.
That I second.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I will say aye for this, but I wish we had more willingness to discuss with everybody. So
I will oppose. Okay. So the motion carries, and it has been approved with all the conditions that you self-imposed, plus making clear that the water is 0.25 per dwelling, not 0.5 per dwelling. I thought the way it was explained, and I'm just going to make this clear, is that it was per lot. And if it was per lot, that would make sense. But if it's per dwelling, that's too high of a water budget. and we monitor the water budget. Just so you know, I have papers at home that show Lapadera's water use, Oshara's water use in Las Campanas. I'm well aware of what's going on. So I want that to be clear. Okay, thank you. Okay, next. We're going on to case 235160, the Village at Las Campanas. Preliminary and final plat. This is Kenneth Quintana. Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Before you today, we have La Tierra Inc., applicant Jenkins Gavin, agent, request preliminary and final subdivision plat for the proposed village at Las Campanas. The 104-acre parcel is within the Las Campanas Planned Development District. The proposed subdivision comprises 100 single-family residential lots plus 1 open space tract and 3 reserve tracts for a total of 104 lots. The development will access via Las Campanas Drive and via Paseo de Algon. The site is within, Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Section 12. Township 17 North, Range 8 East, Section 15. The subject property is part of the Las Campanas Master Plan, which was approved on April 14th, 1992, for a total of 1,419 lots. The master plan was accompanied by a development agreement recorded on March 5th, 1993, as instrument number 806016. On January 13th, 2009, a 170-lot subdivision of Parcel D, Concierto at Las Campanas, was approved by the Board of County Commissioners as case number S07-4411, which never moved forward due to the recession. The applicant is requesting a preliminary and final subdivision plat for the proposed village at Las Campanas. The 104-acre parcel is within the Las Campanas Planned Development District. The proposed subdivision comprises of 100 lots, 100 residential lots on 104.6 acres. Inclusive of open space, 2 drainage tracts, and 2 remainder tracts. Roadways will be private and will be maintained by the Las Campanas Master Association. The proposed lots range in size from 0.23 to 1.6 acres. No accessory dwelling units are being proposed with this development. The applicable requirements under the Sustainable Land Development Code, Ordinance 2016-9, Ordinance 2017-7, which govern this application, are the following. Chapter 4, Section 4.9.5, subdivisions. Chapter 5, Section 5.7, preliminary plat. Chapter 7, Sustainable Land Design Standards. Preliminary plat review, Section 5.7 and Section 5.8, final plat. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code of Ordinance 2017-7, road design standards as follows. Access and roads, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater, water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, affordable housing. Letters of opposition have been received with concerns with the TIA performed by Bohemian Houston Inc. in regards to the entrance located at Paseo Aragon. The TIA has addressed the locations of the proposed access points and provides adequate levels of service of A and B, thus meeting SLDC requirements. Agencies review Agents who reviewed this application are as follows. SHPO, approval with conditions. NMED, no comment. County Public Works, approval. County Fire Marshal, approval with conditions. County Utilities, approval. County Planning Division, approval with conditions. Soil and Water, no comment. Santa Fe Public Schools, no comment. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that this application for preliminary and final plat to allow a 100-lot residential subdivision known as the Village at Las Campanas Parcel D to be developed in a single phase is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards as set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request for preliminary and final plat approval, subject to the following conditions. Madam Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
You may.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board now? Okay, I'll go to the applicant. Welcome, Ms. Jenkins.
I am still Jennifer Jenkins, and I am still under oath.
We're glad.
Great, thank you. Can you cue the presentation?
Do we need a
I'm here
give
this
her the oath
evening
again? Okay.
on behalf of Las Campanas Residential Holdings in request for final subdivision plat for a proposed 100-lot subdivision that is within the Las Campanas master plan. Easy. Oh, he's way. There we go. There we go. So just a few brief introductions. As I mentioned, here on behalf of Las Campanas Residential Holdings, I am with Jenkins Gavin, civil engineering services provided by Orlin Guerrero Ortiz and Design Ingenuity, traffic engineering provided by Bohannon Houston, and landscape architecture provided by Design Office. So this is the subject parcel. It is a little over 100 acres. It is at the far southwest corner of the Las Campanas master plan area. So this is Caja del Rio that comes up from the 599 frontage road, winds all the way up and terminates at Las Campanas Drive. And then you see Las Campanas Drive circulates around the west side of the subject property and continues north and kind of looping through the Las Campanas master plan area. The property is zoned Planned Development District, which is basically the entire Las Campanas master plan area. When the SLDC was adopted, was assigned a PD designation, which means that development in Las Campanas is governed by the approved master plan that was approved in 1992. So as Kenneth mentioned, the master plan was approved in 1992 for 1,419 lots. And then subsequently in 2008, this subdivision was approved of this particular parcel for 170 lots, was approved by the BCC in 2008. And due to the recession that we all know kicked in right at that time, this particular project did not move forward. When the current owners of the property were looking to develop this tract, it's one of the last tracts in the Las Campanas master plan to be developed. They went back to this entitlement, which is still valid today, and looked at the design and looked at the layout and the unit mix and all of the things, and determined that they would prefer actually a little bit less density and wanted the opportunity to create some tracts for some potential future community amenities. And so this plan kind of was the starting point, and then moved on from there to redesign and come in with a new application. So as you can see here, this is the type of drawing if you were pursuing, interested in buying a home in Las Campanas, you would see a drawing similar to this, and you can see the concerto plan shown here in the bottom left corner, because that was the current plan approved for the site. And then zooming in, you can see that relative, so it's here, and then the Los Centeros community is just to the north here.
Are you pointing to track 2A?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is the proposed site plan. So there are some similarities with the previous approved plan, but also some significant differences. We are proposing 3 access points and connections to the existing roadway network. Coming north from Caja del Rio, this will be kind of the front door, the main entrance into the community that will come here. And then as you get in, there will be a mailbox area where residents can turn in and get their mail. And then they either would go straight or take a right on Sunset Loop into the southeast area of the project. So, and then, as I mentioned, we are setting aside some parcels and we've been working with the Homeowners Association to identify some potential desired additional community amenities. And so this Tract D has been set aside, and then we have Tract C, which as you come in, the main road on Caja del Rio is right to your left. We also have an open space tract, Tract F, which kind of connects into the community mailbox area. And we have, as you mentioned, our lots range in size. The lots here along Sunset Loop, most of them are about between 1/4 of an acre and 1/3 of an acre in size. And then we have the estate lots along the south side of Twin Hills Boulevard, and then we have the golf course lots along the north side of Twin Hills Boulevard. The roadways include, we have sidewalk improvements, we have pedestrian pathway improvements along Twin Hills Boulevard as well. And I think that's pretty much covered. I can obviously come back to this image if you want to ask any more questions about the site plan itself. There we go. So the overall development program, like I said, the parcel is a little over 100 acres. Itself is isolated in terms of the lots and the roadways on 64 acres. And we have the 100 lots, so 23 golf course lots, 15 estate lots, and then the 62 casita lots in the southeast side of the project. And we are being served by the Las Campanas Water and Sewer Cooperative. So we'll be connecting to those not public utilities, but co-op utilities. And this parcel already has a water allocation from the co-op of 51.8 acre feet per year. And our water budget for the 100 lots is just under 26 acre feet per year, and the balance is being set aside to accommodate any future amenity improvements. And then on the right side of the screen, I've zoomed in on our proposed connection to the existing Paseo Aragon, which is on the east side of the project. Paseo Aragon connects to Las Campanas Drive, and there's an entry there, and then the entry kind of separates if you want to go to their mailbox area, or you can continue straight forward. And so there is, it's an existing 3-way intersection. So there is Thundercloud, which goes off to the east, and then we are proposing to basically convert this to a 4-way intersection and proposing a stopped condition at the new connection, and there is an existing stop sign at Thundercloud. So we're going to hear a little bit about Paseo Aragon this evening, so I thought it might be useful to be able to zoom in on those existing conditions. So we, of course, conducted a traffic study under the direction of the County Public Works Department. The following intersections were analyzed. We went all the way down to the 599 frontage road, all the way down to the kind of the beginning of Caja del Rio. And then we analyzed Caja del Rio at Las Campanas Drive and our proposed south access point. We analyzed Las Campanas Drive at Paseo Aragon. And then we also analyzed Las Campanas Drive and our proposed west access. And so as I know everybody understands and is aware, when traffic studies analyze intersections, because those are the choke points. That's where delays in traffic flow and such. So if the intersections are operating properly, then that is considered a high level of service, high level of operation. So it's basically a grading system, A through F, and it's based upon delay. So the least amount of delay that you have, if you move through an intersection, whether it's a stop condition or unsignalized, it is you get an A, and then as the delay gradually increases a little bit, the grading goes down from there. So these are the levels of service that we have in the existing conditions today based upon our traffic counts. We have, we look at the AM peak hour, which is the morning rush hour, and we look at the PM peak hour, which is the late afternoon, evening rush hour. And so you can see in the existing condition, we have fantastic levels of service. In the build condition in 2027, we also, again, maintaining excellent levels of service. And then in the no build, so basically we look out to the implementation year and say, okay, if this project didn't get built, what are the conditions going to be 3 years from now? And so we do that comparison. So for example, you can see in the PM at Caja del Rio and 599, it goes from an A to a B, but it's going to do that whether this project is built or not. So again, the results of the traffic study are excellent. We have maintaining really good levels of service at all the intersections. So we had several meetings with the Las Campanas community and the Los Santeros community, and there was some concern expressed about our proposed connection to Paseo Aragon that is reflected in the current approved subdivision. And so that was not an intersection that Public Works asked us to analyze, but based upon the concerns we heard, we said, well, let's analyze it. So we did. So we looked at that intersection, not at Las Campanas Drive, but interior to Paseo Aragon, where Thundercloud intersects. And as you can see, the levels of service are fantastic. They're all levels of service A, which means there is minimal delay moving through that intersection. We also did what is called a queue analysis, because there were concerns as people are entering from Las Campanas Drive that working their way through the vehicular gate, that cars can, it can be slow, and cars can back up a little bit onto Las Campanas Drive. So we looked at that, and we found that the longest queue happened in the morning, entering Paseo Aragon, which is kind of odd, because if people are going to work, who's coming home at 7:45 in the morning? Well, it is typically not residents coming home at 7:45 in the morning. What was observed is that 50 to 60% of the cars were contractor vehicles, whether it's a plumber, a roofer, or somebody working on a subdivision within Los Santeros for new construction. So that was kind of interesting. And what's also really curious, as you can see, if any of you have driven up Caja del Rio at Las Campanas Drive, you see this sign. Los Santeros construction entrance, go left. There's supposed to be a designated construction entrance for Los Santeros, meaning the contractors aren't supposed to be using Paseo Aragon. So we thought that was curious. So I went back and did a little research. So this is the Los Santeros subdivision plat. And what you can see on the left that I've highlighted there is Calle Gonzalez. And it calls out that Calle Gonzalez is supposed to be the secondary access into Los Santeros. I'm like, huh, that's curious. And I went through all the plans, and there's plans, there's design for the secondary access going into Los Santeros. So this is Calle Gonzalez. It's gated. There are no gates identified in the Los Santeros plans. This is not identified as a gated access, which is interesting. I mean, most of the communities in Las Campanas do have gates, but this is not a developed Las Campanas resident entry. This is used by contractors and presumably for emergency access potentially. So concerns have been expressed that Los Santeros only has one access point at Paseo Aragon. But according to the approved plans for Los Santeros, it's supposed to have two, which would help distribute traffic. The SLDC is very clear about the importance of roadway connectivity, as we did talk about a little bit earlier this evening. And so I hear, the concerns about Paseo Aragon. As we can see, there are not traffic jams per the traffic study happening at Paseo Aragon. But I do think that there potentially is something that maybe needs to be improved with respect to a secondary access that was never finished or completed or developed with respect to those approved plans. So we and I believe that more connectivity is better. All intersections operate better when we distribute traffic among multiple access points. That is crystal clear. We have an existing subdivision that my clients could build that today. 170 lots with 3 access points. This is not their preference. They prefer to build 100 lots with the 3 access points as were approved. Again, more connectivity, better functioning intersections, and in accordance with the Public Works recommendation for approval, and in accordance with Growth Management's recommendation for approval of the design as presented. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions or public comment? Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. It seems that, how many people are here to make public comment? Okay, I would like you to all get sworn in at the same time. If you would please stand. And raise your right hand. Okay, Yvonne, you're on.
Ooh. All right, everybody. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, when you come up to the microphone, you'll provide your name, your address, and state that you're under oath, okay? Oh my.
Okay.
We are a tag team.
Your name and address, please?
My name is Jane Coots. I live at 22 Paseo Aragon, which is in Estates 4 of Las Campanas, and I am under oath. Commissioners, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. While we will welcome our new neighbors in the village, I am here to voice strong opposition to a third gate opening into the village using our Paseo Aragon gate. Actually, I misspoke. They do not have a gate planned for their, it's completely open access. This may be deja vu for you commissioners. As was mentioned, a plan was approved in 2009, and many plans have been bounced around since that time. The number of homes that was approved in 2009, as was mentioned, was 170. And at that time, Los Santeros had about 20 homes in it. So much has changed since that time. It's the number of homes in the village is to be 100, so reduced by 40%. and the number of homes in Los Centauros has gone from about 20 to 130 already built, and about another 30 lots to be built. The only thing that hasn't changed is that the developer would still like to have 3 access points, one of them cutting through as a shortcut through the Paseo Aragon gate. We respectfully ask that you remove this gate from the plan. Hacienda bought this property along with the other undeveloped properties of Las Campanas in 2012. At that time, the marketing brochure for these properties said that Parcel D, which is the village, quote, can be oriented to have its own gated entry without entering Las Campanas. We agree. There is no reason to have to enter Las Campanas in order to access the village. Los Centauros, which Stephen will show you where it is, has 130 built homes already, more than the village will ever have at full build-out. We have one entrance, and I noticed that Ms. Jenkins noted that Gonzales was planned as a second entrance. It is undeveloped and very close to what is planned for the village. So there is no reason to think that that is going to be developed. The furthest home in Los Centauros from the Paseo Aragon gate is a full mile. 22 more homes are planned for Tierra Quetanta, and those will have their mailboxes with all of Los Centauros, which is 160 mailboxes in that little sliver that goes out to Las Campanas Drive. About 20 homes on Thundercloud also consider the gate at Paseo Aragon to be their primary gate because it is the closest to them.
Thank you. Time is up.
Okay. Okay.
I wanted to use the slides that were presented by the developer. Is that okay?
Or you can maybe use some of
No,
our...
I think some of their slides are making our point. But I don't want this to take up my 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm asking permission to use the slides that...
Jennifer, yeah.
Oh, hi. Is that okay? Okay. Okay.
You're already under oath.
Want to use them for very specific.
So what slide do you want? Sir, what slide do you want?
I actually need 3, and they're all in succession. The first is the map of the area that also shows Los Centauros in the upper area. I believe it's the second one that has the gate at Paseo Aragon. Yeah, but it makes it easier because you've got all that data clearly right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I'd like to do that.
Well, I don't know if Matt, is he okay? Okay, it's just not on our screens.
Okay. Well, let me start. Let me use my 2 minutes.
Sir? Okay, so you've been sworn in, correct?
Yes.
All right, so into the microphone, please state your name, your address, and that you were under oath.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Steve Eastwood. I live at 4 Avenida Madison, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Good evening. The basic points are these. Number 1, when fully developed, the area around Los Centeros and the related developments are part of a circle wherein there is a single access point for what will eventually be 160 homes. That represents, in and of itself, an unprecedented amount of volume going through a single gate. There is nothing anywhere near Las Campanas that has that much volume going through a single gate. Now let's talk about the gate. The gate as currently configured and as presented on the slide shows two channels and if you can pull those up there, I don't know whether you can. There are two entry channels. One entry channel is, here we go, keep going, other way.
No, this is a.
I'm sorry. We got to keep going back. I'm going back for the benefit of the commissioners so that we've got a cut. Okay, next slide. Now go forward one slide. Perfect, thank you. As currently configured, what you have are two entry points coming in from Las Campanas. One is a standard volume traffic lane. The other is an access to a mailbox. As referenced earlier in the presentation, there will be eventually 160 mailboxes in that area. Not really shown, well, it is shown somewhat clearly. There are restricted sight lines coming in and out of the mailbox area. Please note that that traffic is in direct conflict with people turning left into the new access point into Parcel D. So that is a clear safety issue, and of course, that safety issue hasn't been analyzed in the traffic study that we have. The traffic study that's been presented is dated, number one, and number two, affects only the entry point. The entry point is not the crisis point in what we're concerned about. The primary issue is at that intersection. What is also not shown here is that Thundercloud has a mechanical gate. It is a low volume traffic. And of course, that hasn't been analyzed by the traffic study. Clearly, what will be coming from, thank you. Clearly what will be coming from the, I don't know how to operate this thing. There we go. Clearly what will be operating here, there's no mechanical gate. There will be a relatively high volume of traffic, again, not assessed in the traffic study. So what you have then are a number of questions that we're trying to resolve around this. Thank you.
Finish what we started here with those poster boards. Okay. We have 3 poster boards.
Sir?
Oh.
Okay, please.
Stephen Coots.
Address?
22 Paseo Aragon.
That you're under oath.
I acknowledge I am under oath.
Thank you.
We have 3 poster boards to highlight what the previous speaker addressed. First is traffic as it now exists. That's in blue, in that critical 100 yards behind the gate that follows. Traffic coming in is Los Centeros residents and Thundercloud residents. Los Centeros, after the gate, can bear left to go into the mail area and pick up their mail, or bear right to go on the way to their home. The one of the critical areas is the merge lane from the mailboxes to Paseo Aragon. That's an acute angle. And to help address this, the HOA has put in a speed bump, a stop sign, and a parabolic mirror. But it's still dangerous because one is looking acutely behind the shoulder as oncoming traffic. Next poster board. What changes now if the third entrance to the village is allowed? Suddenly we have three new traffic patterns. We have the existing ones, and now we have cars exiting the village. They'll have to turn right and cross a walking pathway, which parallels Paseo Aragon. Up till now, that pathway has not been breached. This entryway will breach it, so something will have to be done about that. In an emergency, cars exiting the village will have to merge with a large stream coming out of Los Centeros. Secondly, we have cars entering the village through that very narrow place. There is stacking room for only one car once the left turn is made from Paseo Aragon to enter the village. If there are more than one car there, traffic will stop on Paseo Aragon. In addition, the sight line from that left-hand turn right to exiting traffic from Paseo Aragon, because of the mature trees, is very, very difficult. And finally, we have now cars crossing both lanes of Paseo Aragon from the village. Finally, the final exhibit shows the signage that will be necessary for including this entry into the village. There will need to be a minimum of 5 stop signs. 3 exist now. We have increased traffic for the merge from the mailboxes of Los Centeros, which will have more traffic and be riskier. And we have more traffic coming into the village, which will create a hazard. This entrance is unsafe, and we ask the commissioners to reject it.
Dan Watson, 7 West Avenida, Sebastian. Madam Chair, Commissioners, as you are hearing from many residents, I am very concerned about the traffic and safety issues that will arise if Sienda is allowed to build that third access gate to Parcel D through the Paseo Aragon gate. I fully understand that the third gate was in the original proposal to the county many years ago, but much has changed since then and when the approval was first granted by the county. In particular, Sienda has drastically changed their build-out plan and moved their highest density residential areas so that they are now adjacent to the Paseo Aragon gate rather than spread through that whole parcel. For the 100 houses that are planned to be built in Parcel D, it seems totally unnecessary for them to have 3 different gates, especially considering the fact that currently Los Centeros only has 1 functional gate. The one that they showed you where it was the dirt road, you have to have a special code. Nobody can get in that unless they're construction people and they have a code. You can get out that gate, but residents cannot get in it. Sienda says that they've done a traffic study, but I don't think they've really looked at it in terms of what really happens with us. This is a aging community. People are not going to work, so you don't end up with, rush hour traffic like you normally would. But the bigger problem, safety issue, is that there's a lot of people walking and jogging and walking their dogs. All of us understand that Sienda, as the developer, has the right to do pretty much whatever they choose in terms of developing Parcel D. But since Sienda has changed their plans and have in effect created this problem by planning to build more than 60% of its homes next to Paseo Aragon, that prior approval should be re-examined and only granted now if Sienda either removes or drastically limits the use of that third gate. For those reasons, I respectfully request that the commissioners either stop the construction of the third gate onto Paseo Aragon, or if allowed, to insist that it be locked and or only used for one-way emergency egress. The safety of our current residents, whether they be driving or walking in that area, should be of utmost importance. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Raymond Uzaitis. I live at 127 Thundercloud Road which is only 1/10 of a mile from the intersection of Thundercloud and Paseo Aragon. And I'm under oath. Thank you. My concern is related to the increased safety risk posed by the Parcel D development of 100 new homes, which potentially includes an east entrance onto Paseo Aragon. The traffic capacity changes will raise the probability of accidents at the four-way intersection of Paseo Aragon, Thundercloud, and the proposed east entrance. The sightlines, as was previously remarked, the sightlines at this intersection are quite poor, owing to the built environment in close proximity to the intersection. The traffic impact study that was commissioned by Las Campanas Residential Holdings was unfortunately irrelevant, really, to the safety concerns raised by our community for the following three reasons. Number one, the traffic study relied on a very sparse data set based on only 2 days of traffic observation in February, arguably reflecting the least amount of traffic during the year, after the winter holidays and before summer season that brings in a much larger population of property owners. Number two, observations at the locations chosen in the traffic analysis did not include the intersection that was of most concern to this community. It's the intersection of the Thundercloud and Paseo Aragon. And the traffic study only addressed the potential slowdown of traffic flow rather than extending it to the accident probability. The risk is maximized during emergency evacuation when the traffic flows from three different neighborhoods would merge into a single exit lane at the Paseo Aragon gate. In summary, given the three currently proposed exits from Parcel D compared to the single exit existing for the 130 current or planned homes in Los Santeros and about 40 more homes on Thundercloud that use Paseo Aragon Gate as their preferred exit, the Parcel D proposal unfairly shifts safety risk from the new property owners of Las Campanas Village to the existing property owners in Los Santeros and Estates 4. This is simply an unfair shift of distribution of the risk, and it's uncompensated for. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I would really like you to not repeat what everyone else has already said. So please keep your comments fresh and what you
Ken
support.
Kirk, 30 Camino de Colores. We've lived in Las Campanas since 2015, but we bought our home in actually 2008. And I know some of you, based on my work, with the Las Campanas Water Co-op and the city's Water Conservation Commission and the Water Policy Advisory Committee in the county. This is really, really important. I've never seen, from Washington, D.C., I've never seen anything quite like this. In Parcel D, 100 new homes, 200 cars at least, and the traffic analysis that was conducted was, I thought, really, really poorly done. And the report does not attempt to serve as a justification for placing or putting an access point to the Aragon Gate. There will be two other gates that I think are more than sufficient than having the burden of putting all that traffic into the Aragon Gate. I think it's important to use common sense here, and common sense dictates that the councilors reject the notion that the Aragon Gate is a perfect access point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Next, please.
Carol Kravitz, 14 Camino de Colores. Thank you. I am under oath. Hi, I'm going to make it short because a lot of people have said the same thing. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing us. We live in this area that is can be very dangerous anyway because we don't have a lot of cars. I've been editing, so let me get to it. We feel this is dangerous to us to have this extra open gate. There won't even be an electronic gate, and I feel like people are going to be rushing through it. So whether we're driving or we have our pets, we stop at the mailboxes, we park our car, we walk, we're crossing the exit, we're crossing the opening, the entrance and the exit, and it could be dangerous with our animals, our pets, and our bikes, so we're vehemently opposed to this entrance. A lot of points have been made. There's 2 and 3 people in each of these 100 houses in our area that, that have as many cars. And we are most concerned about the construction vehicles that will be using our gate to go to the parcel D, to the village, and when the village entrances are only going to be a few minutes away. So we adamantly request that the consideration of the use of Los Centeros Gate be rejected, and we thank you for your attention to this matter. We look forward to a result that values our safety over a shortcut for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next.
My name is Scott Vandenberg. I live at 9 Camino de Colores, and I'm sworn in. I would like to just make comments about one subject, because lots of subjects have already written you a letter about lots of different pieces and parts of this complaint. I want to talk about emergency evacuation. I'm the past chairman of Safety and Security for Los Campanas. And during my time as chairman, I started a study to improve our evacuation in case of fire or some other natural disaster. And that is still a work in progress after 4 years now. And it's getting better and better and better. We're trying to work with the city, who does not have such a plan. We'd like you to.
Or the county.
Or the county, yes. Excuse me, the county. Okay, Los Campanas only has 2 ways out. Really, Los Campanas Drive and Caja del Rio. Should a fire or something occur where everyone has to exit towards the city, and we have things where we notify people and everything, and we're working with fellow communities now trying to make it even better. Now then, take this into consideration. Los Campanas will probably build out of 1,250 homes. We're getting close, at about 1,000. All right. The Los Centeros Gate, or if you want to call it Paso Aragon, its proper name, all right, will then, in an emergency, could have 360 homes wanting to go through that gate to get out of the way of fire. That is 25 to 30% of the whole population of Los Campanas. That is just not safe. Now then, they have a main entrance that will come off of Caja del Rio for 100 homes. And that leaves the other 260 homes that are going to probably use the Los Centeros Gate to get out in case of an emergency. I think that that gate is not only unnecessary, it is absolutely dangerous to cause a traffic jam in an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Next.
My name is Jack Keeley, and I live at 34 Camino de Colores.
in Santa Fe. What?
Say that you're under oath.
I'm not hearing you.
Are you under oath?
I am under oath, yes. I thought I
There we
said
go.
that. I'm sorry. Got a different view of the whole thing. I thought they did an excellent job explaining the dangerous intersection with the volume of people coming in there. And I'm looking at a different area for safety. I'm a geologist, and there's a lot of faults around Santa Fe that are not active, but with global warming taking place, you're beginning to see around the world right now a lot of active earthquakes taking place here. Now, if we will run into one here, damage some of these gates around here, we're going to have a big bottleneck. So my view is we need another gate, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Next.
My name is Robin Roby Lucero. I live at 7 Plaza Molino. I am under oath. My husband and I have lived in Los Santeros for 14 years. Both of us are in healthcare, and we believe in preventing a problem before it becomes a disaster. I fear the proposed gate entry, Twin Hills Gate and Paseo Aragon intersection. The increase of traffic to our gate entry will only cause a greater safety risk to anyone walking, cycling, or driving at that intersection. I've already seen a great increase of people speeding and running stop signs. From my own experience of November 2017, my daughter was cycling on a Santa Fe street. A driver who was distracted with limited vision turned his car directly into my daughter and almost ended her life. This proposed gate intersection has even less visibility than the intersection where my daughter was hit. I'm here hoping to prevent another type of accident happening to anyone in my own neighborhood. Please do not consider approving this gate at the Village community into Paseo Aragon. The Village community will have 2 gates. This gate that they're considering into Paseo Aragon is only for convenience. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Robin. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Al Antonez. I live at, God, I'm trying to think of what it is. 8 Avenida Herrera. Sorry about that. I don't go there very much. I'm at work all the time.
I know that.
I have many of my friends here. First, I wanted to say that we've met with the folks from Jenkins, Gavin, and from the golf course, where I'm the general manager. We have absolutely no issues with their proposed development. It's extremely thoughtful, and we really discussed all the different water flows that would come potentially from the property, and they've really done their homework on this. And it's really great to deal with firms that do their work and really do the research to give you the facts, and we ask great questions. Tom Egelhoff, our Director of Agronomy, is not able to join us tonight, but anyway, we have no issues at all whatsoever with that. I also live in Los Santeros, and while I have many friends here that are here, I was really thrilled with the fact that it was originally proposed with 170 homes, and it's now proposed with 100. And with the 3 entrances that were originally approved for the 170, that was really would provide a great access and egress to this part of the community that would make the Las Campanae that much more robust as well. The relocation and sort of the dedication of having the mailboxes down by the entrance by Cajal de Rio was brilliant, because that really will guide the majority of the traffic in and out of there with times, whether it's in the morning or in the afternoon or early evening to get your mail, will take that traffic through there. The new gate system that the HOA is implementing right now will really reduce the amount of time that anybody spends at the gate, including all the residents and all the dedicated contractors that are approved. So I'm 100% in favor of this plan as presented, and I'm really thrilled to see the changes to make it that much better for the Las Campanas community and for me that live in that area as well. So I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Al. Next, please. Come on up. Are you sworn in? No, I was not sworn in.
We can fix that. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Into the microphone, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
My name is Claire Eastwood. I'm not related to that Mr. Eastwood. I live at 45 Paseo, Aragon, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, like I said, I had not planned to speak, but there were two things that you mentioned that you wanted to hear of new items. One is there's a traffic study, but there is not a pedestrian traffic study. And there is a loop around Las Campanas, the entire estate, every estate there, and it is paved. And that connects at various points. At this particular point, these paved roads are used by everyone, not just Los Santeros residents and not just Parcel D residents, but the entire community. And it crosses right through where this additional gate and extra stop signs will go. And we've talked about danger and safety, and that is very significant. It's also a place where neighbors meet neighbors, talk with their dogs, go back and forth. And yes, they should be more attentive, but normally they aren't. And that's an issue now, and I can only imagine what it will be like in the future. That's all I have to say, with the exception that the individual from Sienda mentioned multiple meetings with our community. No. There was a January Zoom meeting. There was a large gathering at the clubhouse where many of these people and others attended, and the developer failed to appear. So to say there were numerous opportunities for neighbors to speak, that's not correct. So anyway, I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Claire. Next, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, now I will go to online.
Madam Chair, we have one person signed up, Thomas Cook.
Okay. Thomas?
Yes, good evening. My name is Thomas Cook.
Wait,
and I guess you want to put...
have you sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. And before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
My name is Thomas Cook. I'm at 10 Avenida Malaguena, and I understand I'm under oath for this testimony.
Thank you.
I live in Los Santeros. I've lived here for 5 years, so I've been able to watch the growth, the building of houses, the growth of traffic, the increase, as Ms. Eastwood mentioned, the increase in the numbers of people walking dogs, the increase in bicycle traffic, and everything that's been occurring over the last 5 years, especially post-COVID. And I don't want to reiterate all the other things, the safety issues that people have mentioned, which I do want to agree with those. And I would tie into that with one point of the traffic analysis, which I have two things to say. One is the traffic impact analysis itself acknowledges 1,000 vehicle trips per day. There is no attempt, none that I've seen, to address the safety issues, and I think one other person testified to that, about that traffic and what it's going to do to all these pedestrians, the people in bikes, the people at the mailboxes, the bad sight lines, etc. It's only was a traffic analysis of vehicles coming through the Paseo Aragon gate. The only point I also want to mention is I noticed Ms. Jenkins, in her dealing with case A, which I was online for, she made the statement that the traffic study informs us. Well, this traffic study, when I first looked at it, I thought it was a joke, because when you look at the traffic study, as someone pointed out, was done on 2 Mondays in February. When you look at the weather, the numbers of traffic, The fact that we have many residents who are not, and I don't know what the percentage is today, but it's a very high percentage live here part-time. So I would just emphasize those things, and I would leave the last point. My understanding is many people filed written objections to this, and some were not put into the record. I would just ask the commissioners, Madam Chair and commissioners, to make sure the record is thorough and has all the letters of protest that were filed by Los Santana's neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. We got a number of letters today also that were not in the file. So is there anyone else who wants to speak online?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Stephen Lucero.
Okay. Hi, Stephen.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're unmuted.
And I did swear an oath that when everyone else was standing, but I'll do it again.
All right, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
I am Stephen P. Lucero. I live at 7 Plaza Mayeno, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate, I'm against it, just for all the other reasons everybody else made. And at one of the meetings before, they mentioned that it would be necessary for emergency access to put in this new gate. And if you think about it, the other access that they have directly from Las Campanas Drive are one right angle turn into their community. If they used the one through Plaza Aragon, that's 2 right angle turns in a very congested area that would waste more time and not be efficient. So I think that whole argument is moot. Other than that, I think it's been covered by all of our concerns, and for safety reasons, this is not a good idea. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so we have no other people online, and is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? No, you've already spoken. Okay, so I will close public hearing, and we'll go back to the discussion of this. I've been sitting a long time. I apologize, everybody. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. I'm trying to get back to my okay, are there any comments from the board or questions or?
Madam Chair, I have questions of
Okay,
staff.
come in.
Though I saw that that Public Works didn't have any additional questions after the review of the traffic study, and I'm wondering to what extent the recommendations, actually the conditions, not recommendations, actually address the issues of pedestrian traffic, and specifically starting from number 5, which doesn't address, it addresses Las Campanas and Paseo Aragon and the Village Road, but I'm wondering to what extent each of these was evaluated for pedestrian traffic, and then the, you know, everything from 5, 6, 5, 6, and there was something else that was good. Let's see, so we have the lane markings, so to make sure that that's done, making sure that there's conformance with the MUTCD, an American Association of State Highway Transportation Design Standards.
ASHTO.
Thanks. You are too. Not really, just kidding. There was another one that actually addressed the road standard. Oh, applicant must build all roads within the village of Las Campanas. So to what extent was that part of the review, and what was the discussion? And I recognize that maybe we wouldn't have that information, but I do want some clarification to what extent those issues and concerns that were just mentioned today were part of those studies and the ultimate or the final evaluation by staff.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you. The Public Works Department reviewed the TIA that was provided by the applicant and the agent itself. To speak further on behalf of how the TIA is studied, I would defer to the agent to be able to provide you with further insight on how they did their study, because I wouldn't have that information, although it's written in the report, but they can explain it more and a lot better than I ever could.
My question is actually for how staff made the determination.
Staff?
And I think that the study is clear, and I do appreciate what Ms. Jenkins has brought forward and how that consideration was put in. What's not clear to me is how the evaluation integrated pedestrian traffic to this intersection. So the recommendations, not recommendations, the considerations, it's late. The conditions have been set in those items, again, 5, 6, 9, are in there, and they're very clear to address traffic. But to what extent did this take into consideration foot traffic along the trails in those areas? And what was the discussion or the determination? Was that integrated in part of the consideration of staff to make the conditions that were put in? And it did, and I saw very clearly that Public Works reviewed and expected to see these conditions as well. So I'm trying to understand to what extent pedestrian traffic was part of this evaluation.
Madam Chair, thank you. And at this time, I would have to review the TIA to provide you that answer. But these conditions did come directly from the TIA that was provided. Public Works made comment based off of the TIA. Although this is not a county-maintained road, they went in consideration with what the TIA deemed acceptable.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I do believe that there's information that's missing here that we wouldn't have even in our packet without having an understanding of what, and I'm not asking that we all have to come back, but I'm very uncomfortable making a decision about this when I've heard new information that doesn't just take into account the traffic, the vehicular traffic, but the pedestrian traffic. I also heard, with all due respect to people who are committed to their communities, contradictions in the argument against using that exit. If we want to have safe, and I think it was Ms. Jenkins who said it best, that usually you want more egress in the event of an emergency. You don't usually close off and bottleneck things even worse. So that didn't make, in listening to everyone and trying to place those concerns into the specific buckets of why that exit entry, that egress is what I think it would ultimately need to be, but it's going to be something that's going to be more traffic. There were contradicting arguments as to why it shouldn't be used. So I think what I'd really like to see is some understanding and get a better sense of what the understanding is with regard to the pedestrian traffic. But that's my take.
That definitely seems to be one of the issues. I would like to know why Camino Gonzalez? Is that the right name of the road?
Calle Gonzalez, correct.
Calle Gonzalez is not a road exit out of Las Centeras.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, unfortunately, I would not obtain that information for you, as I was not around and would have to do further research to evaluate why that secondary access was never built. I do know that a portion of that is paved and the rest of it is gravel, dirt. There is actually another subdivision that was recently approved that will be developing and realigning that road, so there will be potential for that connection for that secondary access to be in place.
Okay. It seems to me that is a serious consideration here. You know, I'm sorry, but there's no comments from the audience. Public comment is closed. So it seems to me that that is a serious concern, that Los Santeros was not responsible to have 2 exits out. As Commissioner Green said earlier this evening, 2 entrances or exits are not enough. And I mean, here we have 3, and people don't want it because we have pedestrian issues that we don't have any information about. Like, what is the impact of those pedestrians? It looks like to me on one of these drawings that the road going to Paseo Aragon is not even going through. Am I misreading some map? Because the way, I mean, it's a sideways map, but the way I'm looking at it is that it's not even connected, right? Am I looking at it right?
It's the edge of the plat. It will connect once they do that.
Okay, I mean, you know, there's also the other possibility is this an emergency exit only onto Paseo Aragon, but you know, that seems to be another emergency issue, you know, safety and emergency. So if, like in an emergency, all the traffic is coming down Paseo Aragon to get out of the place because there's no other exit. I mean, there is another exit, this Calle Gonzalez, but it's only an exit. You know, and emergency planning is incredibly important. Gentlemen, Scott and Jack, I can hear you up here. And you should be listening to this because I'm addressing your concern about emergency exit and emergency planning, because that is really important. It is something that I have brought up with Cam at the Las Campanas Club, because I am concerned about Las Campanas only having these 2 exits out. And what are your plans, and how can our emergency management help you? But in the meantime, we have this problem that Paseo Aragon is overused completely. It doesn't seem likely to me that it's going to be a main entrance or exit, because the mailboxes for this subdivision are on Caja del Rio, which, thank you for that. I mean, if you put any more mailboxes on Paseo Aragon, I would have thought you were like not in your right mind. But, you know, because that already seems overused. So I'll let somebody else talk. So, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody. So, in a level of transparency, I built houses in Las Campanas, and I'm dating myself now, but back almost 20 years ago. So, this is really embarrassing. So, my first, so the first sort of reminiscence of the old days was seeing plans with Cliff Wallbridge and Robert Sanderson signing them. And so there's folks here in the audience that go way back before the residents of Los Santeros that remember those names in, you know, Lyle Anderson days. So it's nice to see those names, and we've been around a while working on this project. And it's amazing how many business cycles it takes to finish 1,400 homes. So I'm going to tact a little bit and ask some questions about the master plan, and I'll come back to transportation and cars for a second. But Jennifer, can you ask a question? There is Tract B, which seems to be a lot of open space in that very southwest corner that is not developed. What is that planned to be?
We don't know yet. We have been engaging with the HOA about different ideas about some more outdoor type of amenities for the community. Some ideas have been floating, like walking paths, kind of little trail network in there.
Pickleball?
Maybe a
No,
small,
just-
maybe a small dog park. There's been some different ideas floated, but our focus right now is the subdivision application and getting that moving. And then we're going to pivot back and re-engage with the HOA to come up with a program.
Okay, so I asked that because we're talking about access now, and so if we're going to create something that needs access, right, then we're going to have to figure out how that's going to be accessed. So I see some stubbed out roads in some of the site plans that show potential access from internal to this development to get to what's there, and not from Las Campanas Drive.
No, we are not proposing direct access right now to Las Campanas Drive, depending on what kind of the amenity program, how it evolves. That's always a possibility. But the intent right now is we're showing access from kind of the new north extent of Caja del Rio, so you could come in and hang a left, and then there is a potential for an access from Twin Hills Boulevard, directly south into the track as well. So we have a couple of options.
Okay. And then for tract F, which is that sort of
the smaller one,
the little island
Yeah.
in there, it seems like there's only one access point from there other than the back doors of people's homes. Is that correct?
No, that one the terrain's a little challenging in there, but that one could potentially access from either Twin Hills or from Caja del Rio, but more than likely it'll probably just be from Caja del Rio.
And no access at the other end, lot 80 and 81, like a little pedestrian access that allows people to walk through there and just...
I don't have a drawing, and here's a drawing. There's a drawing right here that I can look at, so I can answer your question intelligently.
So on that eastern end, there's two lots near the corner, 80, 80 and 1 or so, and in that end, it seems like there would want to be some pedestrian access so people could walk through there as opposed to go in and out the same way.
Commissioner Green, where are you talking about?
80 and 81 over on the east side?
On the east side, that's correct.
Okay, so my apologies, tract F, yes, I was thinking of a different tract. So we do have a connection for tract F out into the mailbox area.
Right.
And in tract F is really intended to be sort of natural native open space. It's really to serve as, as a buffer, so the homes, when they look out their back door, they have a natural native area. It's not really considered as an active recreational area. But with respect to, our pedestrian amenities along Caja del Rio and the mailbox, we felt like that was really the optimal place, because the mailbox area is a little more of a public realm. And so we included the access into that open space from that area.
So do you think that there's going to be a trail in that area, or is it?
No.
No, that's just for
Just kind of
maintenance.
just-
That's a maintenance access more than it is.
It's a maintenance, but if somebody wanted to walk around in there, it would be totally appropriate and acceptable. But it's not going to be improved. It's intended, like I said, to be a natural native area.
Will the homes that are surrounding that have backdoor access to that?
Potentially. Yeah, they could have a little gate in their fence and could walk out there if they chose. Sure.
Okay. It just seems like if it's a real open space and it's designated as an open space it's a useful open space
Sure.
as opposed to just a pretty.
It's a little more passive, I guess, would be the way I would describe it.
Sure, but you can walk your dog back there and,
Sure.
right, and maybe there's a trail.
Yeah.
Okay. In a board that seems to love roundabouts much more than I do, it seems like over at Caja del Rio and Las Campanas, that is like the ideal place for a roundabout these days.
I couldn't agree more. It was next on my list.
So I wanted to take her thunder and work on that, because for the flow of traffic, literally, probably the only stop sign I've ever had to stop in Las Campanas is that stop sign there. It's also a dead zone in cell phone coverage, and maybe that's been remedied in the last few years, but that's.
It has been remedied.
Has it? Okay, great.
We have a cell tower right at the administration building.
Fabulous. So I'm wondering if that is something that our staff looked at in level of service, and is there any movement to include that as part of, the whole development's access plan?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, and Commissioners, so a roundabout was not considered at this intersection. The levels of service are so fantastic that additional traffic control was never even a glimmer in terms of the analysis there. And we also, could I get the presentation back online? Would that be possible? Thank you, Daniel. So there's also a really significant drainage way that we cross just as we get into the project. So from a terrain standpoint, it would be unbelievably challenging to do that. And again, we have a traffic study, I feel like a broken record, that has levels of service A, which is as good as it gets. And so any other additional traffic control there was not considered.
Okay. And then back to the main issue that everybody's discussing over there. As you heard earlier and you acknowledged earlier, I'm more interested in 3 different or as many interconnections as possible. I do agree that the one at Caja del Rio will be the main one that most people use. I think even if they're coming from the clubhouse and they're coming down Las Campanas, they're still going to make that,
it's a straight shot.
turn there. If you end up putting amenities into Tract B, that's when the people from the residents of Los Santeros are going to say, "Oh, I wish there was an access there to sneak in that way." I wish there was an easier answer here. I do appreciate your having to play both sides in one sitting here, in one public hearing, set of public hearings today. You had to argue for less connections, and you had to argue for more connections today.
Well,
You're very talented at playing both sides. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And just for what it's worth, we were following the direction of Public Works, clear direction from Public Works in the previous hearing, but we are very open to exploring additional connections in future phases as those come forward. So we are beholden to the Public Works Department when it comes to our access program.
I'd argue that you're beholden to us, but okay, that's fine.
In terms of what is presented, that's my first stop. That is my first stop. So.
Anyway, thank you. I'll leave it here. I wish there was a better solution here. I think that there's a level of re-engineering at the Paseo Aragon intersection where everything's merging in there. I know at Clubhouse has the same issue for guests with that oblique over your shoulder issue when people come in there. At least in this case, it's not guests that are not right. In this case, it's people that know that there's probably somebody speeding in on their right. But I think that there's some improvement that could be made to that intersection with the merging of the lanes and for the left turns that could make this better and reduce that risk. I just don't see it here today, but I think that would be a good faith effort in the future to look at. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioner Green. I don't just recommend traffic. This isn't about traffic circles. I am not the engineer who would make this the safer. I don't believe any of us sitting here would know what the most appropriate mitigation issue or tactic would be or measure. When I think of pedestrian traffic at that area, that would make it close to impossible for people to walk around and get through there. So it's not just about making sure we have traffic circles wherever we can get them. It's about having an informed eye on what it would take to allow people to still check their mail, walk safely through there, and have the traffic in and out of there to whatever end it's going to be in a safe manner. So in that interest, again, I don't believe that we have that information before us, but I'm not foolish enough to think that I could make a recommendation of what it would be that would actually, mitigate the hazard that people have brought up. And I don't see that the recommendations that were put there give us enough information to understand that those conditions would mitigate the concerns brought up tonight.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if the idea of a emergency gate at Paseo Aragon, like not a main access, not an open road, but only, only used at emergencies or something like that. I don't know. I'm sympathetic with Commissioner Bustamante on this issue because this Paseo Aragon is very congested. And it's really, for Las Campanas, this is a really congested area. And the fact that Los Centeros got away with only having one entrance and exit, shame on us, whoever approved that, because that was not correct.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so we agree with, I think, the general consensus that more connectivity is preferable. And our cars are going to be using Caja del Rio. I think that's very clear. We have designed this layout intentionally in all respects that Caja del Rio is our front door. It is where our we're not even proposing signage on Paseo Aragon. The only place it's going to say the village at Las Campanas is on Caja del Rio. And so we believe more connectivity, and we've reduced the density of this subdivision by 70 homes, which is really, really significant. And so, and the fact that there are pedestrian amenities here is fantastic. We are building crosswalks, we're putting in stop signs. So it's kind of crazy, like we want pedestrian amenities, but yet we don't want pedestrian amenities. And the concept of this crazy congestion, yes, there are people living there, people are using Paseo Aragon, but we counted the cars at Thundercloud and Paseo Aragon in May. Late May, we counted those cars. It did not bear out. This level of congestion was not borne out by what was observed. And we did count the pedestrian activity along there as well. We did count that. So yes. So those are wonderful things. And yes, we need to make sure that where one of these trails crosses a road, that it's buffered from the road, that further protects pedestrians. And yes, do people need to look both ways before they cross the street? Of course they do. Of course they do. And there's a trail along Las Campanas Drive. Our main access that trail is going to cross our main access as well. It's a good thing. We have a multimodal environment out here, which is kind of great, frankly. It's kind of great that there are so many walkers and cyclists and people with it's a wonderful thing. But we don't say, oh, we shouldn't have connectivity because of that. We should be doing more of that. We should be doing more of that.
So are all the roads into the village going to be gated?
Yes.
And the one on Paseo Aragon will be gated?
Correct.
So it'll back up, but according to Al, there's a new system that's going in.
I'm so glad he mentioned that because I actually neglected to mention that. So Las Campanas community-wide is updating the technology on the gate entrances because it is a little outdated, and it can create slowness in terms of and delays moving through the gates. And so it is going to have a really positive impacts just in terms of the speed. And then there can be contractors who are using entrances they're really not supposed to be using, because that's obviously happening. Pre-approved contractors will be able to just move on through and not have to wait to be buzzed in. And so there's a lot of improvements happening community-wide with respect to the gate access.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Do we have a timing for the second entrance to over on Calle Gonzalez? Do we know when that is expected? Have they pulled permits? Is everything?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, they have deadline approval until of 25 to finish, or not to finish, but to actually record the Mylar and then commence the
2025, so like potentially 2 years to get that started.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, correct.
Okay. Is it the same developer?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is not right. It is a different developer.
Is that Pulte over there? Is that? No.
No, sir.
Right. Thank you.
I know. You don't have a solution for me, Jennifer and Arlen? I mean, I really understand the constituents' concerns in this area because this is a congested road, and I mean, I don't spend that much time in Las Campanas, but the amount of time that I do spend there with the gates and everything, I know that people walk and don't pay much attention to what they're doing, and that's a problem. You know, is there any way you can make this an emergency gate?
May I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
I don't see why having that as an emergency-only gate would fix any pedestrian concerns. I mean, I'm not trying to be contrary. I don't understand from a logical point of view why that.
It would eliminate the in and out traffic because it would only be used.
It would eliminate a very small amount of in and out traffic. I mean, life is full of trade-offs. And now you have, you're reducing one entrance and exit. I'm not sure it would make that much difference. I mean, I understand the pedestrian concerns, and I think those are important to consider. But the fact is, this kind of development, when you encourage lots of walking, you get people and cars having to pay attention to each other, and what we encourage ingress, egress, and every place else where you have one way in, one way out, or even two is like a bare minimum, like it's not enough. Safety is really hampered by having a lack of it. So I don't see that as the solution to the pedestrian problem, and so that's why I was asking. Thank you.
Yes, I've always believed that you build all the roads before you build the houses. Then we wouldn't be in this position.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I may, staff would like to impose a potential condition that the applicants and the agent provide a pedestrian access plan with their submittal upon build-out.
That's acceptable. Pardon?
Can I ask what that means? Because I don't want to restrict.
Nathan, please come back. Or Kenneth, I'm sorry. It's getting late.
Madam Chair, that's okay. The suggestion of imposing a condition that the applicant and the agent provide a pedestrian access plan with their submittal prior to build out.
So what that means is that they would need to design a pedestrian access area, and you're talking about on the Paseo Aragon,
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
and would that be for the entire intersection?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes.
You know,
So if I may, Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to clarify, so we can further, look at the pedestrian access. Like I said, when we decided to do supplementary analysis of Paseo Aragon and Thundercloud, we did count the pedestrian activity there. So we could drill down on that and then determine any additional safety measures that might be needed to ensure pedestrian safety. At our access, we're doing a crosswalk, we have a stop sign. Are there additional crosswalks that maybe need to be incorporated for access over to the mailbox? Are there additional signage that may be necessary showing that this is a pedestrian crossing? So we would be happy in this area to really drill down on that, and we could present that to staff for review and prior to issuance of the development permit, and work with Public Works as well. Just so if there's any additional safety measures that are warranted, we would be happy to incorporate those.
so would you include, besides just the area that's in the box on the map, but the area of the mailboxes and?
Yeah, we can look at all that comprehensively, sure.
And with signage to make sure that there's stop signs and yield signs and
all of it,
crosswalks and dog walking and drive slow.
Yes, yes.
This is a pedestrian area.
Yeah, it's a pedestrian area, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is don't give too much priority to vehicles. Make sure that pedestrian access is maintained.
Absolutely, no, 100%, yeah.
Yep.
But we also need somebody to work with Los Angeles to get this other road open.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 years from now, it's not kind of really acceptable. I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
And that's not what's on our plate today.
Yeah.
So with all the conditions and that I have heard, including this pedestrian area, I am going to make a motion to approve the Village at Las Campanas and the final subdivision plat.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Bustamante.
I would just like a clarification.
Yes.
So you mean all the conditions suggested by staff plus the pedestrian access
Yes.
plan?
Everything that has been suggested.
But is there anything else besides what staff suggested and?
They're in the record.
There was a couple things that you mentioned, Kenneth. Let's just make sure we get everything we possibly can.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the only suggestion staff has made is that they provide the pedestrian access plan prior to their submittal build-out, or with their submittal build-out, which would take place.
What was that, a vehicle access plan?
Pedestrian.
Just the pedestrian access plan?
Correct.
Plus the stuff you already listed?
Correct.
In writing?
All the list of conditions.
Right. Okay, I think that's clear.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I really want to abstain. Everybody voted. I'm glad I'm not.
Let's close the meeting.
Okay. We have concluding business and announcements. I have one announcement. We will have the Romero Park ribbon cutting on October 28th at 11 a.m. There are pickleball courts, there are tennis courts, and there is a great walking trail, so everybody is invited. So October 28th at 11 a.m. It's a Saturday, so please join us. Any other announcements?
No, ma'am.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I will motion to adjourn.
Second?
Okay, thank you.
Aye.
Oh my God, that's hard.